but I think the behavior change, getting people to adopt it, and like the railways, the IRCTC example that I keep giving, I don't know, many of the people in this audience perhaps also belong to the generation that has experienced a bit of the older system, when perhaps we were all in school or when we were young children. We had to go and book these tickets, and often it was a manual thing, totally opaque. You had no clue, registers, and they were all dog-eared papers which people would keep changing, and you had no idea. There was no transparency. You didn't know if you were on the waiting list, RAC. And then this transformation happened. It's one of the first examples that we often give. And we would say that suppose, hypothetically, it was decided by the Rail Ministry that we want to regress and go back to a manual system, I think the unions and everybody would have gone up in arms to protest against it. So that is the efficacy of a solution, when not only do you include everybody, get on board everybody, on board everyone, but you also make this almost something that you cannot live without. And that process of transiting to it doesn't happen like that. It does take some effort, and that change management is very important. If I was to quantify it, I would say if technology takes 30%, I would be a little more tilting in favor of change management and say perhaps 40% of the efforts is about change management, because end of the day, it's about people within organizations that make this change, also about people on the other end, who are the people who absorb this. And of course, we often use technology also to do what we say, straightening out processes within our system. Often it's like cleaning the cobwebs. I'll give you two small examples that came to our knowledge very recently. We have a system of issuing nativity certificates in the Revenue Department. I'm sure most states have it. So recently, sometimes technology does the reverse as well, but we found that the option for somebody who's born in another country but actually belongs to this state was, the application was not allowing this possibility. So when we drilled deep and found the laws, the rules, the acts, statutes, the whole hierarchy of GOs provided for it. But somewhere along the line, as we migrated from an offline manual system to an online system, this particular provision for people who needed a nativity certificate, even if they were born elsewhere, was somewhere inadvertently left out. So technology came in, it served the needs of perhaps 99.99% of the people. But when we had these few instances of a few people who were actually Gujaratis, all right, fulfilled all the requirements, but it just so happened that they were born in some other country or some other location, it made us drill deep, understand it. And so we also changed the technology, the provision there, and sometimes you also use this to make processes simpler. The manual processes that you have can also be made simpler, what we refer to as process re-engineering. So anyway, all of this, often for those of you who are deeply immersed in this, you're practicing this day in and day out, all this would seem very elementary, very basic, but sometimes going back to basics helps us understand the very essence of what we're doing. And in that context, I also want to share something else that Gujarat as a state takes great pride in implementing. I too happened to be involved in it in a small way. This is an effort that began way back in 2007 for our health department, because what we would get as information about the maternal deaths, about the infant deaths, etc., would be aggregated numbers. And I want to just ask all of you present here, because most of you are connected with governments, and this is a system which is more or less consistent across India. We have this whole system now of ASHA, accredited social health activist, who is you can call her the last mile, but I would like to call her the first mile, right? The person on the ground who makes a difference. And then you have the FHWs, or the ANMs, the female health worker or the auxiliary nurse midwife, and then you have the next level, the PHC, doctors and all the way. I have a question for all of you. Till a few years ago, the A&Ms or the FHWs had to fill registers. For example, if they went to visit any home, they had to write the name of the woman, which category she belonged to, whether she was below poverty line or above poverty line from an economic point of view. From the social stratification, did she belong to any particular category? Which was this birth? Was it primary gravida, the first birth or the second birth? So there were all these multiplicity of questions. Can anyone tell me how many columns for each visit the A&M register, how many columns did it have? A question open to the House. 40. Well, not quite. Anybody else? 50. Well, no. 70 says Rakhi, is that right? Yes. Rakhi.
I said it.
70, well, you two are not on dot. Anybody else? Come on. The floor is open for you. So it might seem bizarre to you. It may seem really outrageous, but would you know that they were filling 93 columns for every visit? And this is not specific to Gujarat. This was a pan-India phenomenon. So, if you or I had to fill 93 columns for every visit that we did, would the work and the visit be more important? Or the documentation, the number, making sure that the totaling? Because if I say that there are 5 women which have primary gravida who have been given immunization for their child or before, this is the last prenatal checkup or so on and so forth, I have to make sure that the column total tallies with the breakup totals and so on. So they were tearing their hair with these registers which had 93 columns per visit. Now we brought in something which the Honorable Prime Minister inaugurated, gave to the state, and gave it a simple name called Technology-Enabled Community Health Operations. With this, on the click of a button, it was called Take-O because he gave a Gujarati name to say take, like you say in Punjabi and other languages. It's like a support that somebody has. With this, with every visit that was entered, in fact, the software itself would tell them how many people they have to visit today morning, whatever is due. Once they went there, they've just filled in the key things, and the software would also guide them. If the lady that they visited was having some discomfort, the Asha would, or the A&M would ask her, is it a sharp pain or is it a dull pain? And so till now, the Asha who was shunned, who was really treated like dirt, if I may use that word, being a little uncharitable, but this was the reality back then. They thought Asha has come there to make a visit to collect her money, because every visit she would get her money from the government. So they thought she's just coming here to collect the money. Her value was not really being acknowledged. But now when she started asking the right questions, and the software would lead her also to give the right answers. And if it was something where there was a critical situation where she needed to escalate it and immediately move this lady to the first referral or to even the obstetric ICU if there was a need, because there was some signs of eclampsia or bleeding or something that might lead to a miscarriage, we were able to do that. And with that, I just want to share that there is a Niti and United Nations ranking of various SDGs that you're all familiar. I think you represent different states. So in our SDG 3, which refers to good health and well-being, Gujarat earlier, with all these efforts, it's not that people were not putting in efforts, but I think the efforts were going in as it happened in many other states, in totaling the 93 columns, in doing all of this, which was actually needless work. So when we changed this, we found that our ranks went up from around 18th, we went to the 8th rank. And then another 2 more years, 2021, we got the first rank nationally across all the states. With this, our sex ratio too improved. Why? Because while we were doing PCP and DT, we did get to know which are the districts, which are the talukas where the sex ratio is particularly low. So we knew where to put the crosshair, where to target. It was more information guided intervention. It was not just a blind intervention, just throwing the PCPNDT sting operations everywhere. But we knew that if this pocket has a large number of male children being born in comparison with female, we knew something is not right. So we would actually go there and do a bit of carpet bombing in those areas using both a combination of PCPNDT cases but also behavior change, because all of this is also about both action, but you also have to make people realize the importance of this value of the girl child. So with that, not only did we reach the first rank in 2021, I would say technology had a major role. In fact, sitting here, for me as the Principal Secretary Health for about 4 years when I was here, end of the day on my computer, on my mobile handheld device, I would know how many mothers have died that day with the name, with their whole kundali, as they say, which asha, which area did they belong to, what was the complication. It would be a very unpleasant conversation, but end of the day I would have a conversation tracking the entire thing. Was there a delay in the mother being? Was there an inter-facility transfer? Was blood not available? What was the reason for the death? And therefore, what used to be about 3 deaths per day, and do we all hear of maternal deaths? Have you, any of you, heard of a mother dying in childbirth in your social contexts, in your relatives, friends nowadays? I doubt, I'll be very surprised if any of you raised your hand. But India, even today, in an average state, you have more than 3 to 4 deaths of mothers, even today, which are clearly needless deaths. It's because somewhere through the cracks, these people are not being attended to, and technology can be a big help. And we tried to do it, and with, I must say that the state, and the credit goes to all the people who are a part of this effort, because it's the last mile or the first mile person all the way to the obstetric ICU surgeon, because it's teamwork. The strength of a chain is the strength of its weakest link. So that is the role that technology has to play. So once again, in this session on emerging technologies and digital transformation, I'm extremely happy that we have a very illustrious and a very good set of speakers today. We have Rakhi Bakshi, who's actually a media professional with, I think, journalism, media consultancy, all of it.
IIPA, ma'am, Institute of Public Administration.
Public Administration, IIPA as well. So I think I would really like to invite her. And she's also been a popular anchor on DD News. And I may again share with you, I too started my career with
something in common.
I used to be with both Doordarshan and with All India Radio long back, Yuvvani, Forces Request. So I think we do share something in common.
And that's inspirational as well, to listen so much to you, ma'am.
And in those days, back then, on radio, I think you've all heard of RJs, isn't it? Yeah. Again, technology. Now, RJs today is much easier, but back then, if you had to be a radio jockey, you had to literally carry all your gramophone records. Have any of you dabbled with being an RJ? You had to carry the records, you had to time it, and then if at 7 o'clock you have to give the link because there's a national news coming, you have to make sure that 10 seconds before it, you hand over the mic to them, and then literally punctuality, all of this. It's a great training, I would say, that we all have, how to respond. Suddenly you'll have some breaking news coming in. It's not today's world of breaking news being broken all the time, 24/7, it's completely broken. But then there was a certain charm in that era too, just as there's a lot of beauty in today's date and time. So on that note, over to Rakhi. We look forward to hearing from you.
So, respected Madam Chair, you've already set the tone, and listening to you was absolutely inspirational because you talked about transformative governance and also the whole idea of what a smart governance should be all about, how impactful it could be. And I think listening to you has made my task a little easy because all of you present here, all my seniors, esteemed seniors and colleagues, it really is a wonderful chance for all of us to collectively sit here, listen to each other's ideas, and learn a lot from each other. First of all, a very, very pleasant and good morning to you all here. And needless to say that we are at a place, as Madam said, the leadership has shown us one of the best examples of governance that we see. And now that we are present here, we are actually watching us. So a lot of ideas that I carry forward when I return back, whatever we saw here in the two-day conference also, it's been a great learning experience for me. I would like to first of all thank DRPG and Government of Gujarat also for providing me this opportunity. And as I go ahead, I would like to now proceed. And of course, वो कहते हैं कि कभी तो आओ गुजरात में, पर मुझे लगता है बार बार आओ गुजरात में क्योंकि बहुत कुछ यहाँ सीखने को है. और I can just share also that yesterday I was at Dadi Kuti, learned a lot of the whole idea of how we collectively go with an idea which is strong and powerful. So here I present you my ideas on communication strategies for governance. And as you can see, the next slide, please. So first of all, how do we expand the understanding of communication, how outreach must enhance public engagement and governance? So why do we need outreach at all? Because once we have an idea of outreach, we understand how to really bridge that gap between reaching to the public and what we are doing at the government level. So it's very important, I think, to understand why we need communication, why we need outreach. Sorry. So first of all, we'll come to digital engagement of citizens online. As you can see, and this is all taken from the social media pages of the respective social media accounts. So right now we are seeing a lot of social media engagement of citizens online. Many a times we see information from both sides being shared at the government level as well, and the citizens also who sometimes share either something good to share there or even the concerns. So this is the kind of reach which is getting on all social media, and it's become, we all understand, that now that we are a country where information is flowing from all sides, uses of social media and digital engagement has become very, very, I would say, important also, but it's very obviously present there as well. How do we bridge the gap of accessing the media offline? So you can see all these different arrangements there. So once we go to, let's say, something which is not online, I mean, where we can't reach something online, there are offline arrangements happening, I mean, some of the spaces, and we are seeing all this. You can see each one of them, whether we are using sometimes LED screen to showcase what is going on. We have grassroots engagements. MyGov Sathis has a lot of good ideas. You have quiz there, you have public engagement games also. So MyGov Sathi is a very good platform. Then, where has it gone? Something has happened, but anyway, I can speak on. So what is happening is, yeah. And these are multi-dimensional communication reaching citizens. So you can see all these things, whether we are using X now, what was Twitter, to videos now. In fact, now LinkedIn also is a smart feature. They've also started videos. We have podcasts. I mean, all these areas that you can see on your screen, these are new methods. And this is about communication taking a new angle at all. So you now have, every time, new elements coming in. For example, you have threads coming in. So you can expand, whatever you want to write. You have blogs. how we can create impact to reach the last mile. So these could be interviews, as Madam said, TV, radio, print, engaging positively to motivate, inspire others also. But then this little bit of shishtachar when we say is to how to use it well is a very, very important idea also. And when we are there in the government trying to showcase the best practices in the government, we need to also showcase some of the best things that are happening and we should share. So this is, an idea of using platforms with public interface. These are all alternative channels of media. I have been using all these thoughts, and in fact in the last conference even in Mumbai. And one of the things Madam talked about the importance and impact of radio, and I would really want to talk about Man Ki Baat, which Honorable Prime Minister's, uses as a platform to engage with common people, citizens, very, very effective. And why? Because, through radio, you are actually reaching out to a large number of people. By the uses of radio, you do not need a person to sit in a drawing room to watch a TV. It's accessible, it has a wide access, and it can reach any corner. And if you see all the groups and innovations and the kind of ideas being shared, these are very common groups who are, and none less than the head of the state is actually engaging and talking. So it's a very, very effective tool. Talking about radio, another aspect which has now come up is again to engage locally, is community radio. So community radio stations have also sprung up in many numbers now. And it is also, it is being seen, it is being very impactful, because in your local language sometimes, and locally also, how you can engage it's a very, very smart idea of local governance tools. So that's another thing. What we are also seeing that, in Capacity Building Commission yesterday, we did talk about IGOT and Mission Karmyogi and Mission Karmyogi Praram, in fact, Karmyogi talks also, which CBC has also started. At IIPA, we started this studio system where we started to interview, some meaningful insights coming from our senior colleagues, senior officials, and that again became like a digital lab, a digital interface for us. So that's about it. It was brief, I think, but this is what I have to say right now. And of course, augmented reality and virtual reality, we can't leave this. Actually, yesterday also, when I went to Dandikutir, I saw this brilliant example of how convergence of technology and communication can lead to such creative impact. And it engages you very, very effectively. And I think now the uses of it is being more and more important as we are learning about governance. Yesterday, of course, also we heard about Viksit Bharat 2047's idea and how to make it work. So I'm sure that many of you who are much more learned from, as compared to me, in fact, you all are very, very esteemed and seniors. I stand very humbled here in front of you. But I think these ideas that many of you are working right now on will really lead to something again very impactful, because citizens are becoming smarter and the reach of technology, mobile to sabke haath mein aa gaya hai. तो वहाँ से I think we have to really use that idea कि हम वहाँ तक कैसे पहुँचें. And that is the whole idea कि हम पहुँचें तो ऐसे पहुँचें कि बहुत effectively और आसानी से पहुँचें. These are some of the ideas, and it's all what I'm presenting to you is a mixture of these ideas. और वो ideas ऐसे हैं जो बड़े शहरों में use हों या गाँव और कस्बों और मोहल्लों में भी use हों. And that's how we can create a better and more impactful outreach also. Now these are again some of the ideas, and this is not new to many of you who are present here from IT and digital governance side. So whether it's blockchain, AI, we talked about all this machine learning. So this is the current situation, how we can use AI to actually leverage, for better governance, for effective governance, for smart governance. And when we say and use these big, big words, सबसे बड़ी बात तो यही है कि हम एक नागरिक तक पहुँचे कैसे, टू रीच द लास्ट माइल, और उसके जो जो ये उपाय हो सकते हैं, विच इज़ ऑल्सो समटाइम्स वेरी स्मार्ट आइडियाज़, टेक्निकल आइडियाज़, डिजिटली इम्पैक्टफुल आइडियाज़, कुछ आइडियाज़ ऐसे हैं जो बिल्कुल उनको साधारण इंगेज करने के लिए, फॉर एग्जांपल some of the games we are using, some of the mobile apps we are using to reach them, and I think the mixture and convergence of all these ideas would really help. So thank you, it was brief again, but I think as I said, आप लोगों से 2 दिन में बहुत सीखने का अवसर मिला, and I feel very energized as I go back, and it's been a really meaningful and relevant conference for me. So thank you so much, and Madam Chair, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
I think that was an excellent presentation by Rakhi, Ms. Rakhi Bakshi. I think the purposes of these conferences are not just for us to share what we've learned, but also open up possibilities of taking these ideas forward, networking, and also seeing if some collaborations, some possibility of IIPA being involved in other state governments, other departments is there. So I think she's put that beautifully, and I think the importance that she also spoke about all the different efforts, particularly the power of something as simple as radio, Man Ki Baat, that she spoke about is something that was, I thought, very, very impactful. Thank you, Rakhi. As we move, should we take the questions now or any input suggestions any of you have? So let's throw the floor open to in the end. So we'll thank Rakhi.
Thank you so much once again to one and all present here.
We now have Ankit Bhargav. So Ankit has done a lot of work, delivered solutions for cities, particularly in Maharashtra, Thane, Pune, Pimpri, Chinswad, Nashik, and Maharashtra. And he has also published articles on various subjects in management and technology discipline from the Manipal Institute of Technology is where he graduated, and also from PGDM from Shillong IIM. And he's the program director currently of PCMC Smart Sarathi, and has worked with a bunch of private companies ranging from Infosys to ZLearn and so on. So over to him and to see how smart cities, smart solutions, all of it. Over to you, Ankit.
No, you need to switch on, sir.
Thank you. Am I audible now? Good morning. Before I start, I just wanted to say, while ma'am was talking about me having worked with various companies, but I started my career in Gujarat, and under the current Prime Minister, Honorable Modi ji, and I worked on Gunotsav as a young lad, trying to help in the overall school improvement program. I think Hasmukh Adia sir was the principal secretary at that time, and R.P. Gupta sir was the primary secretary education. Very fond memories of Gujarat, and I'm very happy, and proud that I'm standing in front of this august presence. I want to share a case study about, as Jayanti ma'am said, and then Rakhi ma'am also said, that the importance of technology and communication. We are going to bring it together and show to you how PCMC, which is a city in Maharashtra, Pimpri Chinchwad Mahanagar Palika, how that has gone through its journey of changing from a reactive to then a proactive corporation, and then eventually we are moving towards becoming an intelligently active. And I'll talk about how we have done this with the help of data, governance, citizen centricity, right communication. And I'm going to represent this on behalf of Mr. Shekhar Singh, the commissioner. He couldn't be here owing to unforeseeable circumstances. So as I was saying, most corporations, cities, they start with being reactive. Whenever a grievance is laid out, that is when they go out and try to solve it, right? And that's a natural flow for every corporation. From there, when you move to proactive, you try to understand when that grievance is going to occur and try to solve it beforehand. eventually intelligently active basically means that you provide according to the needs of people. What does that mean? Who needs what, where, when, right? So this is the journey that we are going to be able to, that we are going to present today. So in 2015, we had started with Sarathi, which was basically the one of the first grievance portals for municipal corporations, an award-winning platform, where we started getting all grievances online. And there was an auto-escalation method where if a grievance is not solved, then it goes to the next officer, and then next officer eventually rolls up right up to the commissioner. From 2015 to 2019, we were able to do this quite successfully. But you yourself must have realized, even with your kids or when you look at youngsters around you, that the requirements of people, the expectations of people are changing very, very fast. So in 2019, we launched Smart Sarathi under the Smart City mission, where what we did was we had one city, one app concept, where all 40 services of the municipal corporation were brought under one application, and all other applications were removed from the citizen arena. Now, what did it do? All interactions that were happening across the corporation with several underlying systems were brought into one application. So there was one nodal department which could have information about whatever the citizen is doing with the corporation, right? At the same time, what we did was we did not just look at doing government to citizen services, but we also introduced, ma'am, as you were saying, there were several G2C, G2B. We also introduced something called as C2C services, citizen to citizen services. I'll give you a small example of what we did. So we mapped the blood group of almost 2 lakh citizens in PCMC, to the extent that during COVID, that any person who required blood or plasma, we had complete data bank, and our ETA was about 30 minutes for making somebody reach to the blood bank if the blood was not there. We have several case studies of lives being saved because of this. Government is not supposed to do everything. We have to be a platform where citizens can also help each other and therefore reduce the burden. Now, this creates a very, very positive feel for what the government is doing. Not just providing the services that we want to provide, but also the things that citizens want, including articles, including news about the city. So much so that most of the media houses in PCMC are actually picking up the news from our platform. So it is our platform first, instead of going to social media. We use social media also, but we want to control the way the citizens are communicating, because that data is important to us. So what did this application give us? Citizen data. We started understanding who wants what, where, and when. So that was important for us. Now, what is the use of this data for the corporation? First thing that we did was started utilizing this for property tax collection. You go to any person, as a property tax gut lipik, that's what we call them in Maharashtra. They are basically the collectors. So if a collector goes to the house and he asks somebody for their mobile number, they will not give it, right? But if you go as somebody who is trying to give your child free education, you will provide the information. So essentially, what are you doing as municipal corporation, which has 2 types of departments? One is revenue collection, which is tax collection. Second one is services. Through services, you are collecting information because anyways you have to fund all the service delivery through your revenue collection. So through service delivery, whatever data you are collecting is what you are utilizing for revenue collection. So this is what we did for property tax improvement program, and I'll go into more details about it subsequently. Fire as a service department, there is complete business process reengineering that we have done. Even we have launched AI-based grievance management systems about 2 weeks back, which has helped reduce our reallocation and reassignment of grievances within the departments from 40% to about 30% in just a matter of 15 days. So the power of AI and machine learning that can be utilized for improving the service delivery is something that we are working on a day-to-day basis. Eventually, combining both of these, we have just launched a project called Citizen Hub for Data and Communication, which basically means that all corporations' data, all corporations' communications, and their business processes are under one umbrella. And that essentially helps us to create a golden record of the citizen, to help them get better services, and to make sure that they are compliant with the requirements of the corporation. Eventually, we intend to go out with a unified card for the city, which is linked to Aadhaar, to make sure that we are able to manage and predict the needs of people, and therefore, with minimal resources, we are able to deliver. So as I was saying, there are basically, in order to become intelligently active, there are 3 pillars. One is service efficiency, the second one is revenue collection, and the third one is data-driven planning and execution. So data is the key word here. PCMC Smart Sarthi, as I was explaining, all department users, all citizens, there is a citizen engagement cell, 10-people team, which works on this day and night to make sure that through web portal, through social media, through mobile app, through SMS and email gateways, the PCMC Smart Sarthi platform, which is connected to the underlying systems, which includes municipal ERP, which includes non-core ERP systems, everything is connected to the Smart Sarthi platform, and that Smart Sarthi platform is the only engagement with the citizens. So that essentially ensures that there is complete standardization. We are able to engage citizens quite effectively through this. We have about 270,000 downloads of the application with about 50,000 social media followers in a population of about 20 lakhs. And this is very important, what I'm about to say. We have reached out to citizens about 14.8 crore times, out of which 10.5 crore times we have received a response. It's more than 70%. Facebook is working with us to write a case study on why. So essentially what we are doing is we know what is wanted by whom in terms of content, and we are not broadcasting. We are making sure that we send only targeted communication. So that's the power of data. With a 71% engagement ratio. So we have about 40,000 unique visitors coming, 30 plus municipal services already on the platform. Several articles shared, several competitions are happening in the city through this platform. Even physical events have some component which is happening through this application. News is being published, 3-4 times a day. There are several surveys and polls. In fact, participatory governance is being practiced in PCMC, and Smart Sarthi platform is an important channel to make sure that it happens. We've won several awards on this, including the Indian Smart City Award. The second case study that I want to share with you is how did we utilize this data, which is the property tax piece. So several issues. We were collecting about 625 crores annually in terms of our property tax collection, but the demand and the collection were not really in sync. So essentially what we did was that there were 3 key components that we brought in. First one was technology intervention, because the data in the system was itself not very exhaustive, right? So there was data to be collected, so for that we brought in technology. Existing data plus new data, we analyzed it and we came out with analytical insights which would help to collect this outstanding. And finally, citizen communication, both positive as well as negative, okay, to aid the final objective of collection. So this was some of the analytics and visualization that we have done. But more importantly, and this would be of interest to you, Rakhi ma'am, so there we used both carrot and stick approach. So what does that mean? So in carrot approach, what we are basically telling them is, if you pay on time, this is the incentive that you are getting, right? In the stick approach, we are actually publishing their names in the newspaper also, that the long-term defaulters with more than 5 lakh outstanding, we have actually gone and done that communication. We actually know with Smart City Mission, there were several VMDs that were installed, right? Now, how to utilize this? Everybody is talking about, VMDs, but what is it used for? Because I know who are the defaulters in that particular area, I can actually publish that list on that particular VMD. So it's localized communication. Every VMD is carrying the list of people who are defaulters in that area, and that makes people pay. So as I was talking about, carrot and stick approach. So this is a stick approach. One very important case study, ma'am, that we did was that we announced a prize of 50,000 rupees for coming out with memes on why people should pay property tax. We got 3,000 memes within 15 days, and the process was that everybody had to publish it on their social media handle. And based on number of likes on their post, they will get 50,000. Now imagine all the influencers in the city jumping onto the bandwagon to communicate on behalf of the city that people should pay property tax. So, because of these kind of interventions from a communication standpoint, ma'am, since you were talking about effective communication, this is something that, we've been doing across hoardings, across newspapers. So we involve media guys very, very closely. Because sometimes when we have to do japti, that's essentially sealing of properties, when we have to do that, there's a lot of negative news also. For example, there is a school which we have had to close down. But that example had to be made with 3 months of continuous communication and public notices being sent out to the school. And it's a private school. So there is always a thin line between the right and the wrong. But sometimes, you have to be strict to make sure that the message goes across. I'll share some of the impact that we have achieved. So one important thing that we did from technology perspective. So one of the biggest challenges that we noticed was that people were only paying about 250 crores in the first quarter. And there is a 10% discount on the GT component. So why are people not paying? So the reason was that people were not getting their bills on time. We were sending it through postal office. The guy used to go to the society and used to dump all the bills on the ground floor, and people never used to get it. So what we did was, Mavim Mahila Arthik Vikas Mandal is basically a government of Maharashtra undertaking which helps women self-help groups to earn livelihood. So we involved 600 such women across the city. We gave them an application to go and distribute the bill, physical bill, with the app. When they went there, they submitted, they gave the bill. There was a photo that they clicked. They collected the phone number of the person who has taken it. Imagine in 45 days, we delivered 6 lakh bills. 45 days. And we collected almost 90% lat longs. We updated the phone numbers of these 90% people. And hence, in the first quarter, from 250 crores, we jumped to 447 crores. Just because we were able to make sure that people get their bills on time. So this is the power of using data, communities, and communication. So in the last 2 years, from 625 crores, we have reached 977 crores in collection, and we are hoping that we will cross 1100 crores this year. And with no negative perception about the corporation. So this is something that, Honorable Commissioner Sir is leading from the front. So a lot of data augmentation has happened. There are about 1,15,000 defaulters who have been mainstreamed. That's about 16% of our total tax base. So we presented a case study on this in IIM Ahmedabad to Honorable Undersecretary Thara ma'am as well. And a serious amount of early collection is happening. The amount of, so apart from additional 250 odd crores that we have collected, just because we have done early collection, the interest income on it is more than 20 crores. So, in the interest of time, I've already talked about how we are intending to, from a service and revenue perspective, we are making sure that all the data that is getting collected across various departments is coming into a centralized hub. So this is what City Hub for Data and Communication is. And we hope that we will be able to scale this to a level where it can be replicated. Yes. So I think I'm almost done. So all your third-party systems, everything is going to get addressed to this. My last 30 seconds, we have just launched an AI-powered grievance system. 2 things that we are doing. A, you only need to write what is your problem. You don't need to select department or anything. And the back-end system is basically taking care of it, number 1. Number 2, on a scale of 1 to 5, the department gets to know what is the escalation level of this, how irate is the citizen. So This is something that we have just launched about 20 days back, so media, the jury is still out on whether how successful this will be. Thank you so much. I think that sums up my presentation. Sorry for the delay.
Thank you, Ankit. I think that was extremely well presented, especially the innovative ideas about leveraging people for memes and how the importance of paying property taxes, and also some of your interesting cartoons where you had Matha Kare, Ghar Ahe, Vagera Vagera.
Right.
And then, so drawing on Didar movie, etc., or is it Diwar?
Yeah.
So thank you, Ankit. We now have a presentation from Telangana. We invite Srimati Rama Devi, the Director Emerging Technologies of the Government of Telangana. She's apparently going to talk about leveraging blockchains for chit-based chit fund management system and also for land records. I did share with her that we would also as a state be interested in knowing how they've tried to use blockchains for land records. She also assists the government in formulating policy frameworks and establishing COEs. She's been decorated for various awards also by the Honorable President of India for implementing an AI-based smart nutrition management solution that helped farmers. I think this is also something that some of the states may want to see. So over to you.
Well, respected Jayanti ma'am, chair of the sessions, and other eminent speakers, principal secretaries, senior officials from Government of India and other states, and officials from DARPG. A very good morning to all of you. First let me thank for DARPG and the entire team and the Government of Gujarat for giving us this opportunity to share, what Telangana is doing. Since it's a session on emerging technologies, I thought I'll just briefly, indicate what we are doing on, under emerging technologies as a whole, and then I'll actually move on to the specific applications in blockchain. So these are the technologies that we have been focusing on since 2018, On the left side, if you see AI, blockchain, cloud, drones and robotics. And these technologies again are not, kind of constant or cast in stone, because as you all know, technology is changing rapidly. So this particular list, keeps on getting updated. In fact, initially space tech was not there because it doesn't come under emerging technologies. But with the liberalization of regulations in, space technology, it's now private sector can also participate. We included that. So and the overall objective is, how do we actually develop the entire ecosystem for these technologies? Because we need to have solutions, right? Companies that develop these solutions using these technologies that actually solve problems for the government. So government adoption is another key thing. And the way we do is we come out with policy frameworks, because different technologies need different interventions by the government. And also we set up center of excellences that have, expert teams. Again, we partner with various organizations for setting up these center of excellences. So on the left-hand side, these are the policy frameworks that we have actually come out with: AI, AI roadmap implementation, cloud policy, blockchain policy frameworks, space tech, and so on. On the right side, we have set up 4, the circle you see, 4 center of excellences. TM Telangana AI Mission, which we have set up in the year 2020 when we declared the year itself as Year of AI. The others are e-waste, then cybersecurity and 3D printing. And the other 2 are in partnership with MeitY. So this is the AI implementation roadmap that we have launched recently when we actually organized the Global AI Summit. While in 2020 we came out with an AI framework, but as these technologies change, all of you know, right? Recently we are hearing a lot about DeepSeek, right? It's opening OpenAI. So that's the kind of, changes are happening. So after 3 years, we again reevaluated our AI framework and came out with this AI implementation roadmap. I'm not getting into the details because, I'm speaking about blockchain today. And this is an approach that we adopt for every technology, because these are new technologies, departments are very hesitant also to actually even understand these technologies and to adopt them. So this model can be applied to every technology for every department. I thought I'll spend 30 seconds on this. So we identify pain points in discussion with the departments. So I'm from the IT department. As IT department person, we do not know the pain points, the domain knowledge that the departments have. We sit with the departments, have brainstorming sessions, understand what their challenges are, and also suggest where technology can be used. It's again not use technology for the sake of it, but it should really address pain points, address challenges, address issues is what we look at. Because these are new technologies, we don't straight away go for RFPs and so on. We implement a pilot for the last year, 7 years, I would say 6 to 7 years, where we implemented a number of projects, mostly start with pilots. And once the departments are confident, they understand technology, they see the outcomes, then we move on to the scaling up of this project. And this, approach is working wonderfully well for Telangana. Well, these are the range of projects that we are working on, different technologies, so far about 52 plus projects in the last couple of years, spread across, I think, 14 government departments. This is a snapshot of AI use cases that we are working on, 27 use cases spread across 10 departments, ranging from, substance abuse to AgTech solutions to monitoring wildlife forests, species and so on. So in the interest of time, I'm just moving quickly. And these are a couple of drone initiatives. Medicine from the Sky was the first project, the project firstly initiated by the government of Telangana during the COVID time. We actually, delivered vaccines using drones. Now, Government of India, ICMR, they're actually using this. The other one is to, in forests, they're inaccessible, right? So we use drones to drop the seed balls, we call it. Then eradication of mosquitoes, power line inspection, and so on. These are a couple of solutions that we have implemented in drones. Now, moving on to the main topic, blockchain. Well, we started working on blockchain since, again, 2018, when we organized an international conference in blockchain, That kind of set the momentum for us for the state of Telangana. And why blockchain? Again, most of you might be aware of it by now. Just quickly give you a glimpse on why the strength of the blockchain, I would say. Number one is the immutability. While traditional conventional technologies can also secure your system, but there is always this threat or, chance, I would say, where a system administrator or a super administrator can actually make changes in the database. While blockchain does not allow that, any record that you're going to store in, is going to be there forever. You can append the data, you can change the data, but the audit trail, who did what, everything will be visible, So it's immutable. So the second one is, again, distributed ledger. For the conventional databases, we have single database. Might be, prone to, once something happens to that centralized, everything is lost. But this is a distributed ledger, and it's shared, databases kind of thing. So smart contracts, like automatic business rules, will be actually kicked in. And disintermediation. As a government, we may not like this, but wherever, at least in certain cases where you can, remove the middle layer, unwanted middle layer, this is a great thing, And there are a couple of use cases where we can look at. These are the range of blockchain solutions that we are working on. Seed traceabilities and other is a very important one that helps in identifying fake seeds. That's one of the biggest problems farmers are facing during the start of the farming season. So we have implemented the last year, I think, for the NEGA awards, we made it till the jury. This particular solution, post that we didn't get the award. The other one, Teach-Its, which I'm going to focus on. It's one of the successful blockchain applications implemented in Telangana in the year 2018. And it's scaled up across the state. Thanks to DARPG, I would actually come to we got a national award for that, Gold Award. That really kind of triggered, thank you, triggered the scaling up of the projects. There are other, e-voting is another one where we used, AI and blockchain. It's a smartphone-based e-voting app, but unfortunately, we carried out the dry run, but it needs a political will to actually implement that. The other one is property registration. So I'm going to talk about Teach-Its and property registration. And in the private sector, it's mostly used in the supply chain, where it's being used to track, it could be your payment orders, whatever, right from ordering to, or Walmart, one of the biggest retail chain in US, they track what they call is farm to fork, the product's entire life cycle is being tracked on blockchain. So, well, Chipmunks, this is the project that we implement. Chipmunks is a startup in Telangana, and again, we have a very good startup ecosystem in Telangana, one of the largest incubator called T-Hub. So this startup was incubated in that, T-Hub. So I'm not sure how many of you are aware of CHITS, it's actually a borrowing and saving instrument mostly for the low income and middle income people, many people use chit funds to save and to borrow money. So while, so many subscribers use it, but the state of affairs is something like this. This is literally a picture taken before we actually implemented the system, Records were stored in gunny bags. It's not a fictitious picture, it's a real picture. So this was the kind, because you can't blame the officials also. There were only two officials available, for each, like SRO, they call 14 SROs. It's manually impossible to supervise all the registrations, the transactions happening. So it was a greenfield project for us, fortunately. And, we implemented initially in 4 SROs, the blockchain-based. And why blockchain? As I said, note, it's tamper-proof, it brings in trust into the system, and it flags whenever, the frauds are happening, especially fraud detection is easy. And so these are the kind of numbers you look at. Initially, government officials were not even aware of, how many chit fund companies are there, what are the groups that are running, how much money is rotating. See, they were really, shocked, I would say, to see the numbers when they saw on the dashboard. 25,000 crores is the money that actually runs, this is the annual figure. That's the money being rotated to the chit funds. And there was very minimal, regulation. And you might have heard about this Sardi scam in Kolkata, right? Where many investors got duped. So this is a tool that actually helps in, addressing those financial frauds. So we have, again, these are the different entities. All the entities are now on blockchain nodes. So any transaction on the chit fund system, either a chit fund is open or chit fund, there's auctions happen, everything is recorded in the blockchain-based system. So these are the 4 nodes. Again, some organizations or some, officers, they use a single node. It's again the same single point of failure, right? So you need to have multiple nodes in blockchain. Decentralized ledger is what we talk about. We have 4 nodes, one for the government, chit fund regulatory, the other one banks, for the chit fund companies, and so on. So multiple nodes are essential because it's a consensus mechanism by which a transaction is approved. So you need to have multiple nodes. And this is a dashboard that now the chit fund, registration, SROs have this. So everything, available at the click of a button, So as ma'am was mentioning, so, and this, we got the national award, as I said. And in fact, initially when we actually submitted a proposal for this award, we implemented in only 4 SROs. As I said, we usually go with pilot projects. And that was hugely successful, and mostly so because we won this award also. The officials were very interested, very enthused, and they actually helped us, to scale up across. It's a running live application that's out there, very rare in blockchain in the government. This is a huge success, successful project implemented in Telangana. So moving on now, I'll move on. These are the impact benefits where, fraud, detection of frauds is one of the things, a very important thing for subscribers, But again, there's one challenge in this whole thing. Only registered chit funds are actually, the details of them are captured here. Unregistered chit funds, you cannot do anything right now. In fact, the other day, my driver's son, he got hurt. He was flying a kite. He just fell down from the building, and he was admitted in a hospital. So he said, medical charges, around 75 or 80,000, he told me. I said, how did you pay it? He said, ma'am, I just took out my chit. 2 lakhs ka chit, he got 1,25,000. And those kind of chit funds, informal ones, are not registered. So many, I don't know how the government can also bring them on this kind of platform or, regulatory chit funds. So this is about chit funds. Now, these are the awards that we actually won, several awards, for this particular project. And again, yesterday, many state governments said they have this solution, it's available for free, for other governments. But for us, we work with startups. The IP remains with the startup, because we want startups to actually flourish, and they set an example for other startups. So if any of you are interested, the startup will be happy to, implement this solution, but of course they'll charge. So coming to the blockchain-based property system. Well, these are the challenges, and double registration. And there's a joke in Telangana, in Hyderabad especially. They say, we have a monument, Charminar, 400-year-old iconic monument. So I'll take 30 seconds to wrap up. So monument where the joke saying that, anybody can sell Charminar. You know, that's the kind of registration system that we have. So how do we plug those loopholes, you know? And there is a report that says if you can really plug these loopholes in the land registration system, it will add to about 2% to the overall GDP. That's the potential that we are looking at if we can actually plug the loopholes, and blockchain could be an answer. So we actually implemented blockchain registered system, this in partnership with CDAC, I would say. So we implemented this in 2 SROs, and it was highly successful in terms of identifying, at least flagging off, you know, certain duplicate registrations and so on. So, but for us, you know, the government actually, while this has been successful and the government would like to actually go ahead, but what happened was our government actually moved to a new system called Dharani, the earlier government. It was like mutation registration. They wanted to bring everything together and streamlining the entire system. So this was currently put on hold, you know, blockchain, till the system stabilizes. So post then they actually want to implement this in blockchain. So there are 2 parts to the system. One is property management application. The other one is proof of existence. Proof of existence actually shows whether an earlier document is already there, a hash. I'm not getting to the technology part of it, but we implemented with this CDAC, and the overall features and benefits, as I said earlier, remains the same for any blockchain, you know, immutability, verifiability, accountability, and so on. So these 2 projects, I would say, you know, probably most of the states can actually think of at least, you know, looking at these 2 applications that will help the citizens directly, you know, both land registration, because when you want to buy a land, you are not really sure whether it is, you know, free of fraud and so on. Blockchain would definitely help address that solution. The other one, chit funds, as I said, you know, it actually helps citizens in getting their money back, you know. So again, thank you for giving me this opportunity. I'm, skipping this. Thank you all. So.
Thank you so much, Ramadevi, Srimati Ramadevi ji, for an excellent idea of 2 different things which I think are very relevant for citizens. Both the chit fund, because end of the day, sometimes these work as informal banks and to bring in that element of trust, and also land records registration. I was looking at our own IT person, Leena. Maybe we should also draw from her to see how we can leverage the blockchain part for our land records and registrations. Thank you. I'll now invite Sri E. Srinivas, who's the Joint Secretary, DP IIT Ministry of Commerce. And he is the person who's looking after what is very, very commonly used by all of us today, and which is something very, very effective, beautiful, called PM Gati Shakti, the National Master Plan for Integrated Planning and Multimodal Connectivity. He's also involved in the implementation of the objectives of National Logistics Policy for reduction of logistics costs. So over to him as we get a little insight into more about PM Gati Shakti. Please.
Respected Jayanti Madam, Additional Chief Secretary Revenue, all the members, speakers on the dais, and the esteemed members and the media persons. So first of all, it was a wonderful presentation from all the people who have spoken before me. Now I'd like to just bring about this initiative which was launched by Honorable Prime Minister in October 2021 about the PM Gati Shakti, a digital transformation in infrastructure planning. Basically, it is about the way we are basically planning and developing our projects and implementing the projects. So what is new? Earlier also we were developing all the projects and infrastructure projects were going on. But this PM Gati Shakti brings all the infrastructure planning on a single platform where all the departments, infrastructure departments, whether it is road, rail, power, shipping, ports, all are on single platform, and then it's a coordinated, integrated and coordinating planning. Now, if you see when it was launched, what was the vision of the Honorable Prime Minister was PM Gati Shakti is a transformative approach to integrated planning and development of multimodal infrastructure. So multimodal means there should be two modes of transport. Like if the item is coming through road, through at some point, then it has to be seamlessly transferred to the rail. Again, there should not be a connectivity, it has to travel for a certain distance and all that. So there should be a multimodal connectivity and last mile connectivity. We have seen that a lot of projects are there in which we have got from the ports to the station where it has to go to that, the cargo has to be carried. The condition of roads are not that good, and that last mile connectivity creates a problem. So through this portal, we were able to identify all the last mile connectivity projects, and with this last mile connectivity, how to improve the infrastructure of the last mile connectivity, which will lead to reduction in logistic cost. Now, this I have already covered. So, why PM Gati Shakti master plan? We are saying this is a whole of a government approach, and on a single platform, all the ministries come to this platform and map their projects. So each one, whether it is railways, roadways, or all have got the visibility of their projects on this single portal. Suppose a railway, as on date, all the ministries, whether it is all the 44 ministries across the central government, have got their assets mapped on this portal, and then the future planning assets is also done on this platform. So if somebody wants to come and plan on this platform, only thing he should have a government ID, and then he can see from where to where. There are a lot of tools available on this platform, and then he can plan. And the railways is also having visibility of what are the road projects which are, the planning is going on, and what are the port projects which are planned. All the things are available on a single platform. So there is two mechanisms in this. One is the institutional mechanism, and one is the GIS based mechanism. So this portal is developed by BISAC, which is stationed in Gandhinagar, and then all the assets of the various ministries are brought on this player through API mechanism, or through the data provided by them. And then there is an institutional mechanism in which there is an empowered group of secretaries, which is headed by a cabinet secretary, and each of the projects which are above 500 crores are these evaluated by this network planning group, which consists of people from all the infrastructure ministries, and there is a technical support unit which consists of 7 directors of various departments, and there are 14 subject matter experts who evaluate each of the projects before these are approved by the cabinet. So when you plan the project, you are having complete visibility. What are the intersections with the power lines? Suppose you are planning a railway project from point A to B. You clearly have an idea what are the economic nodes this project is going to serve, and what are the approvals you have to take for from each department, whether it is forest, and and wherever the states have planned their cadastral map on this portal, how much land has to be acquired, what is the government land, what is the private land, everything is available in this portal. So basically, I will not go deep into the technical part of it, but all the departments who are involved in planning, they can all obtain their username and password from BISAC, and they'll be able to plan on this portal. So if we see the GIS platform, most of you will already be aware how each of the forest, village map, and canal industrial map looks like that in the portal. That's right. There are various tools available in the platform where we can identify the various gaps. Suppose we are planning some school in a particular area, then we can make a buffer, identify a buffer in that, and then we can see whether the schools provided are there as per the demographic, as per the criteria given by the Ministry of Education is sufficient or not, if additional schools have to be provided or the existing schools are sufficient. So this, all the tools helps us in identifying the gaps in the various infrastructures. So this is how the portals looks like, and there are various tools available, and the various ministries are available on this various assets which are displayed on this. So with this, we were able to plan around 235 projects which are more than 500 crores, and then a lot of critical gap projects also were identified. Actually, we were not told about the time, so we made a slide of 55 slides. Now, which slide to show or which slide not to show, we are getting confused actually. So I want to just bring to everybody notice that there is a portal, PM Gati Shakti portal, which is available, in which all the infrastructure is planning is going on across all the ministries. So then whoever is having a government ID can approach DPIIT. We'll be able to give him all the login credentials in which they can plan on the portal. Now, as far as the technology is concerned, Madam was telling that with technology, earlier there used to be paper tickets, and now we have come to tickets where there is a transparency, but still the waiting list still exists, Madam. Even though there is a lot of transparency, still the waiting list exists, so that we have to take care. And one more thing I want to tell that Mr. Ankit has rightly pointed out about the citizen-to-citizen connect-centric services. With that, that's a very good initiative which they have taken actually, and I think this initiative we should replicate in other places also. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Shri E. Srinivas. That was very useful. I mean, this whole idea about, and it is something that in a way started right here next door in Gandhinagar at Vaisak. So we now have perhaps time for a few questions or suggestions or inputs if there are any. If there's anybody in the audience who wants to, yes, gentlemen.
My name is Dr. Ganesh Kumar from Indian Council of Medical Research. This question is to Madam Raki. See, I've been part of nearly the investigation team of many outbreaks, and especially during COVID-19 pandemic, and I find that risk communication as an important part which plays a role, not only demystifying the myths, but also communicating properly to the general public to cut down the panic. But apparently many we haven't learned since COVID-19 is what my observation from the field. This is a reality. My request and suggestion from your side is that, like, do you think that the involvement of a communication officer per se as a kind of like an position within the ministry which involves citizen services, or do we need a kind of like an additional training or a kind of like any tool always to be present? Still we haven't learned a lot, because you would have seen recently we've been part of 3 major outbreaks in 3 different states. Still fear mongering is, winning over the correct information part of it. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for your question, and I think there's a concern and a suggestion as well, as you said. I agree, and there are methods already. Of course, you have PIB, Press Information Bureau, which hands out relevant information time to time. But as you said, that sharing information, in fact, the whole idea of this presentation was to communicate, and communicate, of course, to the right audience and in the right manner. And that's what I think within the government is happening already a lot. And as you rightly also said, that in COVID, yes, we learned the importance of it all in a much greater manner. I guess that there are systems, there are orientation workshops, conferences happening on this subject as well, specifically on the subject. And I think we need to learn. But the whole idea of, when I presented, I said information, but information also with a little balance, and I would say caution, because it's an open sea, So that's where you said that there should be designated, that there are divisions now taking place, as we understand. I think we are learning each time, and each time we are growing with that learning. And I think we need to really understand that with this learning, we need to create the right kind of impact. That's why I also had a slide on challenge. So I think it's a good idea, and I think we must try and, whatever best manner that we can do it, we must. And I think it's happening. Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks, Rakhi, and thanks for that question. I think given that we are shooting ahead of time, we'll have to wrap up here. I want to again thank each one of the speakers here. Rakhi Bakshi ji from Institute of Public Administration, the one who handles media. I also want to thank Ankit from the Pimpri Chinchwad Municipal Corporation. I think you all brought different aspects. The citizen, the example of blood groups, and how it is that C2C as well. I mean, how is it that we bring in a trustworthy paradigm to be able to allow this? Rakhi, of course, talked about the importance of different initiatives that Government of India now has taken. We had a very interesting presentation by Dr. Rama Devi as well, the chit fund management, because a lot of young, poor people, especially marginalized people, depend on chits. And in spite of all this, she also spoke about some of them, like her own driver, where there are these unregistered chits as well. How do we rein them in, and how do we bring them all within this? And of course, PM Gati Shakti, how all of this, we are moving in the direction of making things more emerging technologies towards the digital transformation as India emerges as the Vishwaguru in this phase of moving towards Viksit Bharat, where clearly this is a forte we have, technology where our minds, our capabilities are second to none. And if this is something that India, surely having the jam, interface, down, penetration, all of it, we certainly can leverage all of this to become a world leader in different aspects, ranging from infrastructure to last mile delivery to health services, and of course a host of citizen services, including land records, registration, all of it that were touched upon today. Thank you all for this session, and we also want to thank the audience for being present here in good numbers and also very responsive to all the ideas that were shared. There will be enough scope for you to interact offline as well, just as I plan to interact with many of them offline to have some takeaways for my own department here. Thank you. Namaste from all of us.
Thank you very much, madam, and thank you all the speakers. We would now wish to present the mementos to all of you. And for doing the honors, I would invite Mr. Wasim Mansoori, Deputy Director IT, to do the honors, please. Foremost to our session chair, Dr. Jayanti Ravi, madam. Thank you, madam. Thank you, and I request everyone.
Good morning to everyone. As we all are aware of, Mission Karmyu set up by, Honorable Prime Minister to transform the capacity building landscape in the country. It's been 2 years now, and we launched IGOT in January 2023. Before launching IGOT, we done a massive consultation with ecosystem partner. So we consulted, all the countries like Korea, Australia, UK, Singapore, how they are doing capacity building for civil servants. We also consulted corporate CHROs, the way they do L&D or capacity building for their own people. We consulted our CTIs, ATIs. We got a massive learning. Then we had two options. Either we can take any existing product, LMS, to build on this, or we can choose a DPI way, the way we build our Aadhaar, UPI, COVID, and so on and so forth. We choose difficult path. We say, okay, we are a diverse nation. We have to build brick by brick. An idea was we have to evolve as a platform. 2 years is a massive journey we had, rapid growth. I think year one, we done 37 lakh course completions, and year two, 1.7 crores. Now we become the world's largest capacity building platform. Okay. Now, coming on the interesting piece, we are Karmyogi Bharat. We always inspired by our epics like Mahabharata. I'll give you 3 examples of learning happening in a Mahabharata. You give me which is the most powerful one. The first learning, when Kaurava and Pandava, they went to Gurukul, and they learn by ILT, in the structure-led training. They're Dronacharya. Second is when, the Eklavya learned, the self-paced learning, he learns himself. The third learning, it's happening at a, Kurukshetra. When Arjun got stuck, he said, no, I'm not going to fight. You give me learning now. And the learning happened. And that learning is called Bhagavad Gita. Most powerful one. So what do you feel, which learning is the most preferred one for your side? Any guesses, any suggestions on this? Anyone that you feel is the most powerful way of learning? Okay, so the way we are building platform is we are trying to enable all forms of learning on the IGOT. Whether, somebody got an assignment to write a note on natural farming, there's learning available on the IGOT. You go to an IGOT, you learn something, and you're ready for the note also. This is how we are building it now. This is the landscape of our system in India. So Group A, 2%, Group B, 9%, Group C at 9%. Group A, we have Labasana Masuri, Police Academy, Hyderabad, and so on and so forth. Group B also have, but challenge is Group C one. How do we democratize the learning for our civil servant? That's the major challenge we have. This is the growth we have in last 2 years, from 150 enrollments in a day, now we are doing 1 lakh in a day. So status as of now, so we have now 75 lakh people on the onboard. This is all coming from our central institutions like department, ministries, and states, and ULB also, and also from a state side. So number we have 3.4 crore course enrollments, course completion 2.4 crores. And if you see our course completion rate, it's the highest one. If you compare with any like Coursera or Udemy, they have 6 to 8% completion rate. We are 70%. So the way we are building IGOT is not about only a LMS. So we are building in a very evolving fashion. Today you can do survey. We are working with the Labasana Masuri for programs for phase 1 to phase 5, also for the foundation batch also. We also have a Karmyogi Talk series where we invite speakers from Harvard, Oxford, World Bank, ADB on different topics now. And we also have a webinar fashion where we can do a webinars also platform. It's an evolving one. Very soon we are launching the mentor-mentee model also on the IGOT. We can leverage by different ecosystem partner. Another learning we had in the month of October, Honorable PM has launched National Learning Week. Okay? And the idea was, how do we can probably make sure at every level there's learning available? Now numbers we can see, pre-NLW, we're doing only 40K completion in a day. During NLW, it gone up to 3.8 lakh. From MTS to secretary level, they all do learning on the learning week piece. So in terms of our platform scale now, so we touch 20,000 plus TPS. And if we compare the number of this TPS, it is easily comparable with platform like Aadhaar and UPI. So what we do, I think we follow 3 guiding principles: enabling, empowering, and evolving. So whatever we build on the feedback coming from our learners and our ecosystem partner, and we evolve based on the feedback again. Some of the case in points we have, so we saw the way Department of Post evolved it. So I think in a span of 1 month, they onboard people from a headquarter to the Gramin Dak Sevak. And there's a course available for everyone, starting from the secretary to the Gramin Dak Sevak. Same way for railway also. I think the biggest department in the country, close to 1.2 million people they have. And they also have a domain courses, and they make sure they track progress zone-wise. Again, from Rajasthan, I think every week, Chief Secretary reviews the performance of Rajasthan official. They make sure learning is happening across each level. This is the progress we have in Rajasthan. Again, for the Bihar, Bihar, they took from Gramin, the Panchayat level also, starting from headquarters to Gramin, they onboard everyone. Again, for AP is also planning for a state learning week in the month of March, and they also have their own priority, and they are building courses based on the priority areas. So in terms of partners for course providers, the one side we have Labasna, DOPT, ISTM, and so on and so forth. We also have courses from Meta, Microsoft, Vadvani's, Zerodha, ADBI, World Bank, and we keep adding more. In fact, in last couple of weeks, we spoke to all the IITs, IIMs, Stanford, Oxford, UCL also, and we have partnership with these organizations also very soon. In terms of courses we have for all the levels, starting from group A to D. You can pick courses as per your interest area or as per your role. Some more courses for the citizen-centric perspective. These are the platform ratings we have as of now. So we are 4.3 on a course. NPS is a course recommendation matrix. 58% we have on NPS. And rating on Android and iOS is very good. So what we have now on iGotLa, so it's a very customized learning path for a learner. So you can define the learning path for every individual on the platform. So the moment under secretary or a deputy secretary go to the platform, they can see courses as per their relevant areas. It's called My iGot feature on the iGot. This we are building, I think it will be live in next couple of weeks. So idea would be the moment somebody enter their name, their department and their designation, you get a course recommendation through AI. Dashboard is available across level now, so from a secretary to the district official also. So idea would be, we are making sure that for every level, somebody very new in the department, they get a list of courses as per their interest area. So the PEHL is a program launched by the government of Rajasthan for their newly entrants. So we are also unveiling the Learner of Blender also, so anybody doing physical training can also come on the platform and do their learning. Some more features on the platform. And we are also making very customized pages for our states, for our ATI. So you can see course given by the ATI, CTI, also the learning data. Some examples of a talk we have for the different dignitary. This is the learning path. So whatever learning you do on the iGot, it's available on your learning passbook. We are on Android, also on the App Store. You can download the app and start your learning. So again, the next step would be very simple. I think depending on your levels, you can onboard people, design your own courses, and do a learning. Thank you.
Thank you so much, I think that has completely revolutionized the way capacity used to be built earlier, and we could see like many-fold improvement in the numbers, not only in numbers, but number of course completion and the sheer variety or range of the modules that are available for capacity building and kind of outreach, from state level to the ministries, to ministries as large as railways. So I think this is an excellent example of not only government process re-engineering, but implementation as well, the conceptualization and implementation. So next I would like to call upon Ms. Arkaja Das, Director from Ministry of Women and Child Development, and she will be presenting Poshan Tracker. I would also request her if there are any kind of integration that has been made with Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, especially so far as mother and child care or RCH is concerned. Please let us know briefly about that as well. Thank you.
Respected Ramona Kandar ma'am, other dignitaries on the dais, and everyone else who is here. So I am from the Ministry of Women and Child Development, and I'll be presenting Poshan Tracker. Now, I'm sure, So I'm sure most of you are aware that the Ministry of Women and Child Development has a program called the Mission Saksham Anganwadi and Poshan 2.0. We have around 14 lakh Anganwadi centers. Our beneficiaries are 0 to 6 years children, lactating mothers, pregnant women, and adolescent girls in Northeast region and aspirational districts. We have almost more than 10 crore beneficiaries. Now, at the center of all of this, and this year is the 50th year of ICDS. So at the center of this program is the Anganwadi worker who has to provide the services at the Anganwadi center to the beneficiaries. Now, for the longest time, it was a totally manual system. So what was happening was that the funds used to go and what the beneficiaries would come to the Anganwadi center, they would be given supplementary nutrition, but we would not be aware of the exact numbers and, the manual system, the reports would come from the ground level and it would take its own time. So, so these are the goals of this mission. The objective is to promote nutritional awareness and good eating habits. It is also to address nutrition-related deficiencies through key strategies and providing supplementary nutrition, address the challenge of malnutrition through programmatic and pragmatic reorientations, and to contribute to human capital development of these categories of beneficiaries. Now, again, I will just give you a short gist of what all services are provided at the Anganwadi centers. So growth measurement is something that is done, and supplementary feeding. So growth measurement is measuring of the height and weight of each child every month so that we know their nutritional outcomes. There's also early childhood care and education that is being provided. There's nutritional health education. So community awareness is a large part, and Jana Andolans are a large part of the scheme. Further, we are also in collaboration with the Health Ministry, we provide health checkups, immunization, and referral services at the Anganwadis. Now, as I was telling you that the major challenges was the service delivery data. I mean, we would not know exactly, and we would take a lot of time to get the data of the kind of services and the number of beneficiaries and things like that in a manual system. Monitoring, again, was not real time because of this. It was, it was more like a post-mortem. And performance measurement also, as you must, it is, you can appreciate that it was very difficult. So, so the first step was not Poshan Tracker. First we came up with ICDS CAS. And that was a common application service that we had brought in ICDS. And the problems in that was the uptake was not as much. as ma'am was also talking about change management and things like that. So it was only 6 lakh 11,369 Anganwadi workers. And there was no real-time dashboard or real-time reporting in that as well. And there was no centralized dashboards, and the beneficiaries were not authenticated, Aadhaar authenticated, and there were certain issues. However, the journey towards digitization started. After that, under Poshan Abhiyan, we came up with Poshan Tracker. So in Poshan Abhiyan, one of the mandate was to make it paperless, make it more digital, and so that is how we just came up with, in 2018, once Honorable Prime Minister launched Poshan Abhiyan, this modernization and IT became a very major part of the initiative. And as you can see, the other initiatives were also about the reduction of course, the malnutrition indicators and promoting transparent governance, nutrition education to stakeholders through Jan Andolans. We have a Poshan Pakwada, which is coming up now in March for 15 days. And then we have a Poshan Ma in September, so for the entire month. These are the Jan Andolan activities that we conduct for the awareness generation about good nutrition habits. So, and we also wanted an MIS, and we wanted real-time monitoring. So again, so that's how Poshan Tracker came into being, which was like a job aid for the Anganwadi worker. It's a mobile app. We also provide the mobile itself, smartphones to each Anganwadi center. And this is an app that she downloads. And every day when she logs in, she knows what all activities are to be done. So this was one of the, again, business process re-engineering in a way. Because previously what was happening was that, she would maintain some 11 registers. And aake, she would just know, ki, acha, ye karna hai, and then she would do. And second thing was that when you are measuring children, the height and weight, to know what is the status, the nutritional status, whether the child is normal or is she stunted or is she wasted or is she underweight. There are these WHO charts, jinko she had to manually calculate and write whether the child is as per the height and weight, whether the child is in the normal category or whether she has some kind of a malnutrition. But after Poshan Tracker, what we did is that we have put in these WHO charts into the tracker. So the moment you put in the height and the weight, the tracker itself throws the status of the child. So, and this is also LGT compliant, it is geotagged, all the Anganwadis. And as I said, there are more than 10 crore beneficiaries, out of whom more than 98% are Aadhaar authenticated. So, again, the proof of the pudding lies in eating it. So, yeah, so as you can see, that the number of transactions each day has increased dramatically from April 22 to 24. So it started with just 1 crore, and now it has gone up to almost 34 crore and more of transactions every single day. And the growth measurement efficiency is the number of children being measured for height and weight, and that has also gone far beyond what it had started with. Now, coming to the, so that is another, because it has just become easier to even calculate the nutritional outcomes, and it has become more accurate that way. So that also has helped. Now, coming to the beneficiary management in the modules, we have, again, Aadhaar verified. We have this facility to generate ABHA IDs, which are the health IDs. Then we also have integrated to a level with RCH as per whatever data is available in the RCH system, that much can come. However, now in the RCH 2.0, we are hoping to have better integrations. And we also have, so there are various, basically what I'm saying is that this is also bringing in a more of a holistic or a whole of government approach. We are looking at integrating with as many systems which are relevant to us as possible, especially health and also education. Now, this is the continuation of all the modules. Now, the initial phase up till 23, 24, perhaps was more about digitization, about Anganwadi worker coming on to this, and the beneficiaries getting Aadhaar authenticated, and integration between the various modules between the governments, ministries. But from now onwards, because now that part is a little bit, that has stabilized over a period of time. Now what we are looking at is to bring in the citizens' empowerment. So we have come up with the beneficiary module or the citizen module, where anybody can download the Portion Tracker app. You can just put in your mobile number, you'll get an OTP, you can log in, and you can see whether through your mobile any beneficiary is attached to any Anganwadi. If you want to register yourself, you can register, you have a whole form, you can fill that. That form will go into the Anganwadi worker's inbox. Once she verifies you, then you can become the beneficiary of the scheme. So that, and secondly, those who are already beneficiaries can see what all benefits are being given to her. So if there's an issue, at least she's aware what all is shown against her. So if there's an issue, she can raise it. So that is another thing that we have brought in. Further, we have also brought in facial recognition system for the THR, take-home ration. So the supplementary nutrition is distributed in two ways, hot-cooked meals and take-home rations. 3 to 6 years children come every day to Anganwadis, so they get hot-cooked meal. Whereas the other categories of beneficiary, like 6 months to 3 years children, pregnant women, lactating mother, they generally get the SNP as take-home rations. So for that, we have also brought in a facial recognition system, so that every time she comes to collect her ration, take-home ration, she is, her photo is clicked and there's a facial recognition done for that. So, and we can also track the Anganwadi infrastructure, everything related to the scheme, basically. We are able to monitor through a real-time, near real-time dashboard, which is available at state level also, district level also, and at the center as well. So these are the integrations that I already talked about. Yes, ma'am. So, and again, these are the reports that we get. And of course, challenges basically was change management, and we came up with a more intuitive, user interface that really helped. And we used to have consultations with the states and our technical partner, which is NEGD, and that's how we have. So this is just to show how the heat maps are generated in the Portion Tracker. This is as per the December data. So you can see that we can identify the hotspots. We can have more interventions in those areas. So it is actually very helpful for policy. And the nutritional indicated trends, because till now we only had the health survey, which comes up every 3-4 years. This is more, more real time. And these are the impacts that we have had. And the policy corrections that we can do is really good, because we have more specific data and more near real-time data. And yeah, so we will go ahead and do our geofencing, and we are having a supportive supervision module in which CDPO, DPO, other functionaries will be onboarded. And the learnings, again, has been mostly about getting good data, getting everybody on board, getting people to give up physical and manual way of working and coming on to the digitized version. And Honorable Prime Minister also appreciated. And we have received appreciations from WHO, from UNICEF. There is a paper in the Lancet on this. And okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Arkija. I think this is such a fundamental work that has been done. Already tracking of the children have been ensured, and it's very heartening that now we are focusing on the quality part. And I'm sure going forward, it will be very, very helpful in promoting our socio-economic development throughout the country. Thank you very much. A lot of process re-engineering there, and a lot of good results that we have been witnessing. Thank you. So now, next, I call upon Ms. Rohini from a Joint Secretary from Department of Rural Development. Again, this is a very important topic of presentation. She'll be presenting on work site monitoring and inspection management system.
Good afternoon, everyone. Respected Mona ma'am or the other dignitaries on the dais and a very, very enthusiastic lot of participants. I have been seeing since yesterday, even when the presentations have been going on for a long time, there are a lot of question answers and as many that they could actually spill over to the dinner time, which was a very heartening thing because so many things to learn, but keeping that enthusiasm alive till almost the few last sessions of today. And just before the lunch session, I hope I will be able to keep you engaged with something called Area Officer System, which was pioneered by Ministry of Rural Development. As they say, what gets reviewed gets done. I would go ahead and say what gets inspected gets done well. And for that, Ministry of Rural Development had developed something called Area Officer System, which is mainly transforming the way works are inspected at the ground level. So as you know, Ministry of Rural Development, we operate in more than 7 lakh gram panchayats of the country, and you won't find many villages where there is no asset of Rural Development Department. It could be a Narega work site or a PMAY house present. So that is why we needed a system which will provide a platform to officers to better inspect the works that are being carried out by Ministry of Rural Development. And the best part about it is not just that all schemes of rural development are onboarded on this system, but the system is so robust that any of you, if you find at the end of 10 minutes of my presentation that you also have some schemes which need this kind of enhanced accountability and transparency in inspection part of it, you are very much welcome to onboard this particular platform. It's a very, very simple process. We are an open source platform, and we don't even need a change in code to onboard new schemes on this platform. So I'll just, even if these words almost get repeated in every session, but nevertheless, they are very important. Transparency and accountability is what we are seeking to enhance through this. It is citizen-centric. There is whole of government approach. Any government or any ministry of the government of India, they can come on board. It is faceless governance, and as Honorable Prime Minister keeps repeating about this, the data-driven policy making. So this is at the core of Area Officer System. As Madam also directed us about talking about the optimization of the government process and how we re-engineered those processes, you can see earlier most of the inspection systems used to be manual. Officers used to choose randomly as to which inspection sites they would like to inspect, and the data also used to be entered manually. And a lot of other issues used to be there in the manual inspection system, which is now completely revamped into workflow-based digital platform and data analytics-based recommendation system. I'll talk about this later in my slides. Then there is real-time data capture as well, and as I said, citizen centricity. Area officer system, even though it is made mainly for the officers, citizens also can air their grievances, and if there is a particular grievance that comes from citizens, that gets automatically flagged to the officers who would go there and inspect. And as I said, it's a different architecture that we are using, and about that more in the later slides. So as you can see, these are the key features. It's a single window system. It's end-to-end, right from getting to know which sites to inspect and creating the tour, the inspection diary, the schedule, up to filing the ATRs. All these things happen on this single platform. And other things like there are two main features as to macro and micro reviews for the officers who would like to go to the state and see how state is performing overall in a particular scheme. Whereas some officers who are area officers, the field level officers, they can actually go to the field and conduct inspections. So it has macro and micro. It also captures citizens' feedback, and it is dynamic and easy onboarding of schemes, which I just talked about. As I said, for the senior officers, we have the tour creation and state level review module. And for the area officers, we have the tour creation and inspection modules. Now, as I said, it gives all the answers to these questions as to what to inspect, then when to inspect, where to inspect, and how to inspect as well, which also I'll talk about, and how the citizens can become part of this accountability overall. So in what to inspect, I would talk about it in this slide. There are, like, everyone talks about AI ML being embedded in most of the systems that we are re-engineering. Here what we have done is, as you know, we have more than 8 crore assets, say for example under Manrega, or PMAY houses are there in like crores in numbers. So how do you actually decide as to which of these assets need an inspection? So for that, we have come up with something called AI-based smart recommendation system, in which there are a few rules. Like, most of you, at some point or the other, might have inspected a site or might have reviewed your subordinates who are inspecting a site. So you can always say that if a work is going on for, say, more than 2 years, there is something wrong with it, like if it has not got completed. Yeah, in MG and REGS, if there are assets which are clustered within, say, 200 meters, of the same lat long, of the same coordinates, that means there is something is wrong about that. Or the estimate of the work, if it is too much of an outlier as compared to what the mean value of particular estimate of a work is, then you know there is some kind of red flagging. So we have this system, AI-based system, which will flag the works which may have high issues. And that helps the officer to actually go and see those works, so that the inspection becomes very qualitative. ऐसे नहीं कि just भरने के लिए, I have inspected 10 sites and for that they are doing this work. So this enhances the accountability on part of the officers in case of what to inspect. Then it gives us the worksite recommendations as well, as to which districts have high issues and which worksite could be a potential red flag where it needs inspection. Then where to inspect, it also gives you, the lat longs and all the coordinates, because all our assets are geotagged, and I'm quite sure that most of the ministries or departments, they have their assets geotagged. We also provide ease of doing inspection, as it's a buzzword of, ease of living, ease of doing business. It's ease of doing inspections. So not just that the system flags as to which inspection site you need, which work site you need to inspect, but it will also lead you there. It is very important. It's not very fancy, but it is important in the sense, sometimes it may so happen some of you have acted as district collectors or, the field level officials. Many times what happens is district collector, if he or she wants to go on a tour, what we do is we just tell our Tahsildar to prepare a tour program and give as to what do you want to inspect. Maximum MIS, we may choose 1 or 2 works. But we may not even know the PMAY house that you chose, you are actually being taken there by the video or not. So here, it's a tool to empower you to actually go there. How to inspect? We have a questionnaire also ready as to what pertinent questions to ask when you go to a particular work site. So this is very important, especially for the new entrants who come in the system and would like to qualitatively contribute. Then we have the citizen feedback module. If citizen kind of flags anything, that also gets embedded in our AI-based recommendation system, and we give the highest weightage to the query or the problem raised by the citizen, back-end may. So of course, we have the dashboard for the state review. So if, say, madam wants to go for a state review, so we can create a meeting. We have the dashboard, which is dynamic. At a glance, you can say what a state is doing in terms of progress in a particular scheme. You can see the schemes of Ministry of Rural Development as of now, but anyone is welcome to onboard this. Reviewing officers can also see the scheme-wise details of the particular state. Meeting notices also could be issued. Meeting minutes also could be taken in real time with OCR and text to voice to text conversion. We have covered the entire country practically because, as you know, rural development, we have the reach throughout the country. So these many officers have been onboarded, official works, more than 26 lakhs works, more than 80 lakh work sites, 80 lakh work sites have been inspected. And if you see the map, that is about the performance of the state in terms of how many issues were raised through area officer and subsequent inspections using the area officer system. So this is the impact in terms of numbers, but I would say the right side outcomes in which there is enhanced accountability in terms of for the officer who is actually visiting the work site, because earlier someone could just get a picture clicked without even going there. But with area officer system, if the BDO is going to the work site, she needs to be there at the work site to actually capture the picture, which is a geo-fenced, photo-stamped, time-stamped photograph. So that improves the accountability part of it. There are some success stories, and we also have a film. If ma'am allows, we can run this 4-minute film. All right, so let's see if there is time remaining, and I hope I was able to. That could be done. I'll need some help with the operator then. Can you please click it if someone is operating? This particular project also got national award, the jury award for national e-governance.
देश के चहुमुखी विकास की इस लहर में
Video,
ग्रामीण
please.
क्षेत्र कैसे पीछे रहता है? प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के देश को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने के संकल्प को चरितार्थ करने के लिए ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों की प्रगति और खुशहाली की ये नई तस्वीर सरकार के निरंतर प्रयासों का एक स्पष्ट परिणाम है। और इन्हीं प्रयासों में से एक है एरिया ऑफिसर प्लेटफॉर्म। सरकार द्वारा चलाई जा रही कल्याणकारी योजनाओं के प्रभावी कार्यान्वयन के लिए गहन निरीक्षण अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण कदम है और इसी दिशा में पारदर्शिता, दक्षता एवं जवाबदेही को बढ़ाने तथा योजनाओं के सही मूल्यांकन के लिए ग्रामीण विकास मंत्रालय द्वारा एरिया ऑफिसर प्लेटफॉर्म की शुरुआत की गई है। केंद्र और राज्यों के अधिकारियों को राज्य समीक्षा बैठक आयोजित करने के साथ साथ क्षेत्रीय स्तर पर योजनाओं के कार्यान्वयन का अनुभव निरीक्षण कर मूल्यांकन करना होता है। ये प्लेटफॉर्म अधिकारियों को अपनी भूमिकाओं को प्रभावी ढंग से निभाने और जमीनी स्तर पर प्रभावी मूल्यांकन में योगदान करने के लिए आवश्यक डिजिटल उपकरण और डेटा के साथ सशक्त बनाता है। ये प्लेटफॉर्म केंद्र और राज्य स्तर पर अधिकारियों को अपने दौरे की योजना बनाने, प्रबंधन करने, निरीक्षण के लिए कार्यस्थलों का चयन करने और वास्तविक समय पर अपने निष्कर्षों को रिकॉर्ड करने की सुविधा प्रदान करता है। ये प्लेटफॉर्म जियोग्राफिक लोकेशन, कार्यस्थलों या परिसंपत्तियों के निरीक्षण पर सुझाव देने के लिए डेटा विश्लेषण पर आधारित रिकमेंडेशन सिस्टम उपयोग कर रहा है, जिसमें GIS डेटा, MIS डेटा और AIML तकनीकों का उपयोग किया गया है। इसी तरह तकनीकी मोर्चे पर माइक्रो सर्विस आर्किटेक्चर पर आधारित एरिया ऑफिसर ऐप में नवीनतम तकनीकों का उपयोग किया गया है। इसमें अधिकारी मानचित्र पर आसपास की सभी सार्वजनिक संपत्तियों या कार्यस्थलों को भी देख सकते हैं। साथ ही अधिकारी वांछित कार्यस्थल पर पहुंचने के लिए पूरा विवरण और निर्देश भी प्राप्त कर सकते हैं। अब तक इस प्लेटफॉर्म में मानचित्र पर अंकित 11.5 करोड़ से अधिक ग्रामीण परिसंपत्तियों का विवरण प्रदर्शित किया जा चुका है। इसके अलावा मोबाइल
So this is what area officer is, and I would appeal to all the participants who have come for the good governance conference to make good use of this area officer system if you happen to have such requirement, because there is no point in reinventing the wheel. There is a system you can anytime onboard. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thank you, Rohini. Actually, this is a wonderful initiative, and it's all the more heartening that it has come from Rural Development Department rather than any engineering department. And I'll request, if together, and especially DARPG can help working out a system where this kind of important initiatives, if they need to be customized and rolled out, there can be some framework whereby, other state government or other department can use the same application and customize further. Of course, I mean, the developer has to have their own reasonable share of it, but thinking about the time and energy and resources, how we can replicate and customize and roll out.
Definitely, ma'am, noted. We will try to have a discussion on this with you also. We had good talk on this, several aspects yesterday also. We'll definitely have a look on this.
The last presenter of the session, again, it's a very important one, Open Network for Digital Deputy Secretary from Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade.
Respected Session Chair and other speakers on the dais, respected officers of the Government of Gujarat and other state governments, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to you all. I'm very honored to be here to present a very pivotal and transformative initiative of the DPIT under the Ministry of Commerce and Industry, which is called Open Network for Digital Commerce, or ONDC. ONDC is an initiative of the DPIT. It aims to democratize the e-commerce space by establishing an interoperable open network that enables every seller, MSME, merchant, farmers, and consumers to access, participate, and benefit from the digital market access. It is a digital public infrastructure, much like the UPI for e-commerce. ONDC does not directly onboard sellers or buyers, but it does through aggregators, or what we call as network participants. ONDC is not a platform or an app. ONDC has been recognized as a national mission by the Honorable Prime Minister of India. This shows the critical importance of ONDC in creating a level playing field in digital commerce and unlocking the digital opportunities. My presentation would be in three parts. The first is the context and introduction to ONDC, followed by the journey on the growth of ONDC, and lastly, how ONDC has impacted and democratized the e-commerce landscape. During the COVID-19 pandemic, we realized the systemic challenges in the e-commerce landscape, including limited market access and the concentration of power amongst a very few major marketplaces, leading to significant inefficiencies in the economy. The digital commerce penetration in India is less than 10%, but very much less than other countries like USA, China, or Indonesia. On top of that, the share of the small sellers and the rural areas are very negligible. And even within this limited segment, the Indian e-commerce landscape is dominated by a few large players. In fact, about 63% of the market share is dominated by just 2 e-commerce players. This market concentration has several adverse effects and limitations. All this limits the opportunities for small sellers, artisans, farmers, and MSMEs of the country, making them dependent on large e-marketplaces. Today's e-commerce is siloed, with dominant platforms dictating terms for pricing, visibility, and data control. Both the buy side and sell side is strictly controlled by the platforms. To address these limitations, the DPIT launched the initiative of ONDC. It shifts the model from platform dependency to a network-driven economy where buyers, sellers, and logistic providers, fintech players, etc., interact without platform restrictions. ONDC operates on the principles of unbundling and interoperability. Unbundling means separating different components of e-commerce such as cataloging, logistics, and payments so that business can operate independently. Interoperability ensures that business across different digital platforms can seamlessly transact with each other. ONDC is based on an open protocol with an aim of transforming digital commerce into an open, decentralized, and network-driven model. It is very much similar to the protocols and networks like HTTPS of the internet or the SMTP protocol of the email. These open protocols create a common digital language for different systems to talk to each other. Through the SMTP protocol, one could send a Gmail server to send an email across to another using an Yahoo server. Similarly, ONDC also functions on the similar lines principles. These are ONDC, there are two components. One is the consumer side apps, or what we call as buyer apps, and the provider side apps called seller apps. The ONDC network enables the consumers and sellers across different buyer apps and seller apps talk to each other, essentially making different e-commerce apps interoperable. So to demystify ONDC, it is an open network infrastructure. It is not an application or a platform or a product. It has infinite models with rooms for further innovation. It eliminates the need for a central intermediary. It is not a regulator, but a market and community-driven initiative. Now we'll see the journey of ONDC's growth. This initiative of the DPIT has been institutionalized as a Section 8 not-for-profit company. It is governed by a board and an advisory council comprising policy experts and industry leaders. ONDC benefits from strong strategic guidance. Key investors and stakeholders include leading banks, technology firms, and government agencies. ONDC has seen exponential growth, scaling from 1,000 transactions in the beginning of 2023 to about 1.5 crore transactions in December 24. And we have a target of 2 crore in March 2025. Sellers and providers, service providers have also increased manifold from a little as 800 plus in beginning of 2023. 7 lakh plus sellers and service providers have kind of onboarded ONDC. Out of this, 60% of small businesses, are small businesses, which is a testament to ONDC's inclusivity. ONDC has also a pan-India presence in 1,100 plus cities, with Tier 2 cities contributing to about 40%. This is a kind of indicates deeper penetration into India's markets. Over 200 plus network participants are live on ONDC now, and with about 17,000 plus entities at various stages of integration, including leading brands, local businesses, and startups. So ONDC is evolving into a multi-sectoral digital commerce network. It started with grocery, food, and beverages. Now it has expanded into other 13 plus categories, including fashion, electronics and appliances, mobility like ride-hailing, metro ticketing, and bus ticketing. In August 2024, ONDC launched financial services such as a new category on the network, aiming to democratize access to financial products across the country. Credit, insurance, and investment services are live on the network now. Many more categories such as tourism, education and skilling, etc. are in pipeline. Now we'll see how ONDC has made an impact on the ground in democratizing the e-commerce sector. The impact of ONDC extends beyond the traditional e-commerce segments. It caters to a whole range of target groups from farmers to weavers, artisans, MSMEs, and Kirana store owners, thereby creating an inclusive and democratic e-commerce environment. Several steps have been implemented for empowering the farmers and FPOs. The Ministry of Agriculture is utilizing ONDC to enable farmers and FPOs to buy and sell agri input-output products and services. This ministry, through Small Farmers Agri-Business Consortium, also focuses on capacity building and demand generation to holistically empower its beneficiaries. Trainings are imparted on inventory management, order management, and packaging, etc. Demand is generated through melas and media campaigns. And one more innovative marketing strategy is the clickable PDF that we see on the left. This has been introduced by Ministry of Agriculture also. Currently, over 35 lakh farmers from 7,000 APOs have been connected to ONDC, and we see many success stories from these APOs also. A few APOs from Dinajpur, West Bengal came together and promote their products innovatively in e-rickshaws, enabling 14,000 plus orders through ONDC. Similarly, another APO called Nagda Ahmedabad Agro Produce Company from Malda, West Bengal crossed 2,600 quarters on the ONDC network. ONDC has also integrated rural livelihood programs. MORD has integrated platform esaras.in as a seller network on the ONDC. Now 400 plus SHGs are live. It has enabled 800 plus products in home and decor, apparel and clothing categories from the SIGs, artisans, etc. under the NURLM. Towards women empowerment, Himachal Pradesh SRLM joined ONDC as a seller network participant, enabling market access for the unique homemade and handmade products under the brand name Himira. A local fulfillment center near Simla has been set up, and this local fulfillment center is equipped with requisite materials and trained staff to perform quality checks, assist the women entrepreneurs to pack items themselves. This is empowering the women and nano entrepreneurs of Himachal Pradesh through increased market access for their products. This could be replicated in other states also. ONDC also plays a major role in supporting weavers and artisans of the country. 600 plus artisan weaver classes are live on ONDC across India. Handloom businesses like Siribidia, handlooms of Kanchipuram have overcome middlemen and increased their income by reaching nationwide customers through ONDC. It has expanded its product range from 20 to 900 and achieved more than 1,200 orders. This improved business through ONDC has inspired the younger generation to take up the weaving business and scale it digitally. Another initiative of ONDC is for empowerment of the mobility entrepreneurs. Nama Yatri, a ride-hailing startup, had created an innovative business model on ONDC where auto and cab drivers receive 100% of their earnings with zero commission charges. It started in Bangalore, now in Delhi, Odisha, and West Bengal. And these are two testimonials from the drivers themselves. Their monthly incomes have increased double-fold. ONDC has also taken the digitization to the street vendors. ONDC has conducted a pilot to onboard street food vendors in Delhi and Lucknow regions. 500 plus street vendors have been onboarded on ONDC and received 7,000 plus orders till date, with the pilots showing more than 25% increase in their salary income. To bring about this inclusive digital commerce ecosystem, ONDC is continuously working on many new initiatives. Every seller can generate their own QR codes, allowing buyers to transact seamlessly through any ONDC integrated app. ONDC is working with Vasini to develop Indic language interfaces, ensuring accessibility for non-English speaking users. A WhatsApp bot called ONDC Hi has been launched. Seller can simply send hi to a WhatsApp number and answer a few basic questions like the product type, geography, etc. to connect with a suitable seller network participant. This reduces digital literacy barriers and enables quick onboarding. Yes. Yeah. ONDC is also taking it internationally. It has piloted first export transaction between Singapore and Singapore buyer and a seller in India, and it is actively exploring expansion in the Middle East and Southeast Asia. Yeah, to conclude, ONDC is not just an e-commerce initiative, it is a catalyst for digital transformation across multiple sectors. The network will continue to evolve, integrate new sectors, government programs, and cutting-edge technologies. By removing platform barriers and promoting digital inclusion, ONDC is contributing to India's $10 trillion economy vision. Thank you. Thank you so much.
So thank you very much. I think it's Amazon plus Flipkart plus Swiggy plus Zomato plus Ola plus all put together. So thank you very much. I think this is the way to go forward. And I think we can take some questions for now. I think first I would like to ask for ONDC. So as I mentioned, we are seeing so many services integrated. Now we also have, suppose we have e-Nam platform. It's meant for farmers. Here also there are farmers. So is there overlapping? If so, how we are managing? If not, please enlighten us how you manage to ensure that there is no overlapping, at least a government platform.
Ma'am, I have a question for Rohini ma'am. Thank you very much for that app. And ma'am, there was one, this is an idea which always kept on coming to me whenever we had to go and inspect any place. So, so the rural development and all the sites are mapped to it. Could we also look at scaling it up and maybe partnering with other departments so that suppose an officer goes to a village which is far-fetched? So can the schools and the Anganwadis and at least the hospitals be mapped so that they know that these places also exist, and maybe it could be a parallel setup, and then they could integrate so that when the officer goes there, gets a single point कि अच्छा मैं इस village में हूँ, it's very far, 2 hours from my headquarter, but I will see all these things, or at least knows that these options are there. And maybe parallelly they could also develop their own AI suggestion whether this is worth visiting or if there are 5 schools. So ma'am, this was just one idea which
Yeah,
I had.
absolutely. And this idea has been doing rounds in the ministry as well, and for which we also have a plan to integrate it with something called the Gati Shakti that we have developed for our own department, in which we have actually integrated, say for example, Panchayat Raj department ke assets, education, all other assets for that matter. And this system could be further improvised. As of now, it was more focusing on the inspection part of it. But as you said, there is definitely a scope for integrating all those things so that officers get a comprehensive view of the village where they are going for inspection.
Or maybe there could be an option that I just want to select that today I want, like suppose I am a departmental officer, I want to see only the schools or only the Narega sites. But suppose I am a doctor, so I want to see a different level. So maybe that could also be done. Just a suggestion.
Of course.
And ma'am, the other suggestion is for Arkaja ma'am. Ma'am, thank you for the Portion Tracker app. So I've seen it on the ground, and as you said, that was one of the challenge also, that incorrect data feeding. And I think that is the base of it, because all our analytics and everything is done on the data. But I've seen कि वो आंगनवाड़ी या तो मतलब nobody is going to check whether उसने जितना weight लिखा या height लिखा वो actually सही है या नहीं है. And ma'am, nowadays like Healthify Me and so many other things are there where the Bluetooth enabled weighing machines are there. Whatever you have, जो भी होता है वो तो breakdown भी हो जाता है parameters में. So ma'am, can we think of those devices and integrating that with the app so that another level of IoT based AI could be used?
Yeah, so very good suggestions. In fact, what we are also looking at is coming up with an anthropometry AI based, where you only have to take a video of the child and the height and weight will automatically get fed into the system. So that's something that is, of course, will take some time, but we are working on that. But currently what we are trying to do is that ek to capacity building, of course, because to be able to correctly measure the height and weight. Second is in the supportive supervision app, we are going to throw all those children whose growth measurements are a little too varied between the previous month and this month. So utna change nahi ho sakta. So if we feel that way, then those will be highlighted at the supervisor's level, and when she can go and check those.
What I've seen is कि 100 ग्राम बढ़ाते हैं. It's a very pattern.
अगर pattern है, then yeah, then that's another matter. But if there are those outliers, then yes, of course, we can check them.
मेरा सवाल नहीं है, राकेश वर्मा जी से है. सर, इसमें आईगॉट में हम जब जाते हैं तो उसमें बहुत सारे जो ज़िले हैं भारत, वो ऑन बोर्ड नहीं है, मतलब उसको सर्च करना पड़ता है, तो सर्च करने में ऑप्शन नहीं आते. तो वो अगर हम डायरेक्ट परिचय से उसका लिंक है लेकिन वो पोर्ट नहीं हो रहा है इन्फॉर्मेशन, तो वो वाला एक बार आप देखेंगे. मुझे लगता है कि बहुत लोग इंटरेस्टेड हैं जो कि ज्वाइन कर पाएंगे. अभी कल भी एक सर्कुलर निकला है कि आप 26 कुछ एक साल में एक फिनेंशियल ईयर में आप सर्टेन अमाउंट ऑफ ट्रेनिंग्स कर सकते हैं वहाँ पे जाके, विच आर पेड ट्रेनिंग्स. तो उसमें प्रॉब्लम वही हो रहा है कि बहुत सारे, जैसे मैं मेरा जिला परिषद आइडेंटिफाई नहीं हो रहा है वहाँ पे ऐप में, तो आई कैन नॉट अप्लाई फॉर दैट.
आप किस स्टेट से हैं?
मेरा उस्मानाबाद डिस्ट्रिक्ट है महाराष्ट्र में. तो मैंने अप्लाई भी किया था, मैंने रजिस्ट्रेशन के लिए पुश भी किया था, लेकिन वो अल्टीमेटली इट नॉट रिवर्टेड बैक.
So last week we spent time with the ACS ma'am also there, and our team spent I think 3 days with your local team. So we are onboarding your state now. Onboarding happened in a very structured manner. So we onboard first a state, then a district, block, and the panchayat also. We're working on this. Probably next 1 week it will be enabled for you also.
Okay. और मेरा एक रोहिणी मैडम से एक सजेशन रहेगा. मैडम, अभी जैसे सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट के जितने भी स्कीम्स हैं, तो वो सारे स्कीमों में जो है ऑनलाइन वेरिफिकेशन अप्लाइड है, स्टार्टिंग फ्रॉम प्रधानमंत्री आवास, जिसमें हमारे RHE जाके वहाँ पे फोटोग्राफ्स खींचते हैं, ऑनलाइन जियो टैग करते हैं, अपलोड करते हैं, या वो स्वच्छ भारत मिशन हो गया जहाँ पे BRCs जाके काम कर रहे हैं, या जल जीवन मिशन में हो गया जहाँ पे अल्टीमेटली जियो टैग। तो मैडम अगर आप एक जो है एक कंबाइंड ऐप जो डेवलप कर सके, जैसा मैडम का सजेशन था कि जहाँ पे लॉगिन करने, क्योंकि ये सारे काम जो है जो नीचे के जो ग्राम पंचायत स्तर पे जो लोग हैं वो करते हैं, तो उनके लिए 2-3 लॉगिन आईडीज़ जो है मैनेज करने के अलावा एक अगर लॉगिन आईडी हो तो एक ही ऐप में जाके डिफरेंट जो स्कीम्स हैं उस पर हम काम कर सकते हैं, तो वो मेरा सजेशन रहेगा।
Absolutely. So that's what I mentioned, that we just need you to just give us a kind of a request asking us to onboard your scheme. That's it. Same login will work, and you just have to tell us which scheme you would like to onboard. Second is what parameters you would like us to put in that smart recommendation system in which those assets could be red flagged, which will help. So it's a system which started with MORD, but as I said, it can become for everyone if anyone wish to come on board. It's designed that way.
Ma'am, for the Anganwadis, are you collecting the phone numbers of the parents of the children also? Because one suggestion is like Anganwadi workers, either by mistake or by plan, there is certain manipulation which happens. So can I trigger a message maybe once in 1 month to the parent that this month your child's weight was this, the height we have measured it as this. So monthly milestones when you're measuring, if the message goes to the parent, some stakeholder investment happens.
Yeah. So that's why while I was presenting also, we have brought in the beneficiary module where the mother or the father, whoever, can log in and also see.
It has to be a default.
Plus we are collecting, we have almost 6 crore beneficiary mobile numbers where the SMSs are getting sent. Every time a THR is being given right now, but we were also thinking at least for SAM children, SAM, ma'am, those underweight and malnourished children, we are planning to send a direct, like an SMS, auto-generated SMS saying that your child is, but I will also take note of the other suggestion that every month maybe the growth monitoring, whatever height and weight has been measured, can also be sent. Thank you.
Ma'am, this for the ONDC. Sir, for this particular ONDC framework, what about the courier or the transportation people? Suppose e-cart and all, they are also a part of that? Or suppose I am an FPO, I am a seller. Suppose, do I have the bouquet of options for me? Okay. So I am a seller. Okay, thank you. And the payment gateways these are independent payment gateways. Suppose Paytm is having, as a buyer, should I be using the Paytm's payment gateway or you have own payment gateway?
Gateway is also available. You can choose anyone.
Anyone, okay. Yeah.
This is very independent. Yeah, he is a very kind of open, and the operates independently.
Perfect. Thank you.
So thank you very much. I think this discussion can be carried over the lunch. Thank you very much to all the presenters. I think we have a tremendous scope of building further, and we should look at all these applications as a rather a layer or a platform which can be further built. I think the area manager platform can be further integrated with planning part. A lot can be done, I think. And by using this framework, I think we should work towards that, and we may have a proper, unified digital architecture for the entire country. So thank you very much for all the presenters, and thank you for all the delegates to make it so interesting and interactive. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam, and thank you to all the esteemed speakers. And would now request Ms. Shraddha Jani, Deputy Director IT, to do the honors of presenting the mementos to the session chair and all the esteemed speakers. Okay, okay, ma'am. Beta Biju. Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, we request you for a group photograph, please. Thank you, everyone. And ladies and gentlemen, we now stop here for the lunch break because we are ending this session 5 minutes early. So we'll start 5 minutes before the post-lunch. So please assemble by 1:55 so we can start the session sharp at 2. Thank you so much.
Hello, hello, check taste. Hello.
Hello. Hello. સામે કોઈ સાંભળવું હલો હલો 1 2 3 4 હલો 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 રાહુલ હલો નથી આવતો હલો 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 આવ્યો હલો 1 2 3 4 ઓકે
Hello. 1 2 3 hello. Okay.
હલો 1 2 3 રાહુલ
Okay.
ઓકે
Okay, done.
ઓકે હલો સર આર યુ એબલ ટુ સી અસ હલો 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 Sir, are you able to hear us?
Hello.
Hello, Delhi team. Hello. Hello. ક્યાંથી જોઈન કર્યું સામે હેલો દિલ્હી से कोई है हेलो हेलो सर
हाँ सर हेलो हाँ
यस सर यस
दिल्ली से बोल रहा हूँ अभी
सर हमारी आवाज़ आ रही है
हाँ आपकी आवाज़ आ रही है अभी हम दूसरे कॉन्फ्रेंस रूम से कनेक्ट होंगे जहाँ पे सेक्रेटरी सर बैठेंगे तो मैं वहाँ से वो कनेक्ट हो रहा हूँ एक बार ठीक है उसके बाद फिर क्वेश्चन करते हैं
सर आपका आवाज़ क्लियर नहीं है स्क्रीन पर
स्क्रीन पर आई सकते
આવશે આવશે ઓકે
हेलो 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 हेलो
હલો
1 2 3 हेलो
રાહુલ 1 મિનિટ અમારો અવાજ ટેસ્ટ કરી લે 1 2 3 રાહુલ
हेलो 1 2 3 हेलो
યસ
આવે છે અવાજ
ઓકે
ના ના
હલો 1 2 3 રાહુલ
હા હા હવે આવ્યો હવે આવ્યો
આવે છે ને
હા અવાજ આવ્યો અવાજ આવ્યો
ઓકે दिल्ली टीम हेलो सर दिल्ली से हमारा आवाज़ आ रहा है हेलो सर वी आर ऑडिबल
अनम्यूट कीजिए आपका म्यूट नहीं है म्यूट है सॉरी अनम्यूट कीजिए मैंने बोला ना
सर आपका माइक म्यूट है अनम्यूट कीजिए प्लीज़ हेलो
ये भाई आईटी में
ओके हेलो
अभी आ रही है आपको आवाज?
यस अभी
आ रही है बट ये आवाज क्लियर नहीं है आप माइक से बोल रहे हैं वो नहीं आ रहा है
ओके मैं वापस रिकनेक्ट करता हूँ।
नहीं रिकनेक्ट का प्रॉब्लम नहीं है हमने वो अभी जो लैपटॉप कनेक्ट किया ना वो लैपटॉप से माइक माइक कर रहा है ये वाला माइक नहीं आ रहा है
ओके ओके ओके
Welcome back, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you back after the lunch break and request you to humbly put your mobile phone on silent mode or vibrating mode. We now enter session 6, which is on the best practices of Government of Gujarat, part 2, where we will delve into transformative initiatives and success stories from Gujarat's government departments. These innovations have brought about significant changes in various sectors, enhancing service delivery and public welfare. This session is being chaired by the esteemed Shri Mukesh Kumar, Principal Secretary, Education Department, Government of Gujarat. We welcome you, sir. Under his able leadership, we will be hearing from some of the pioneering voices behind these initiatives who have been instrumental in driving Gujarat's progress. We now invite Shri Lalit Narayan Singh Sandhu, IAS, State Project Director, Samagra Shiksha Education Department. We welcome you, sir. Who will be presenting on the Vidya Samiksha Kendra, an initiative aimed at improving the quality of education and enhancing governance in schools across Gujarat. We now welcome Shri S.J. Chavda, Additional Director, Development, Industries and Mines Department. Welcome, sir. Who will share? I think we have geared up the energy we have taken up from the carbs. Thank you. Sir will be presenting an initiative aimed at improving the quality of education and enhancing the tracking of resources and transportation across the state. Which is on Integrated Lease Management and Vehicle Tracking System. We now invite Srimati Smita Gusai, Assistant Director, Food, Civil Supplies and Consumer Affairs Department, who will talk about the transformation of the public distribution system, leveraging technology to ensure efficient and transparent distribution of essential commodities to the public. Welcome, madam. And we now take a privilege to welcome Shri Narsimha Komar, IPS, Chairman of the Viswas Task Force and Police Commissioner, Vadodara. We welcome you, sir, who will talk about the Viswas Project, a pioneering initiative by the Home Department aimed at enhancing police-citizen relationships and ensuring a safer Gujarat. We welcome all the dignitaries on the dais and would now request our esteemed session chair, Shri Mukesh Kumarji, to kindly take over, please. Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon, delegates. This session, as elaborated, would be focusing on best practices of Gujarat, which consist of one from Education Department, another from Industries Department, Food and Civil Supplies Department, another one by my colleague from Home Department, Police Commissioner Vadodara. I'll request the first presenter from Sarv Shiksha, Samagra Shiksha Abhiyan, Sri Lalit Narayan Singh and my colleague Sandhu to make presentation on Vidya Samiksha Kendra. Just to give you a brief, this was started by a state government about 3 years back, and subsequently it was adopted by Government of India as a part of a national model, and Government of India is funding state government to set up such Vidya Samiksha Kendra. And so far 17 such Kendras have been established in different states of India. And a lot of delegates do come and visit. I would suggest people who are from education background take out some time and come to Vidya Samiksha Kendra. It is very nearby. We'll be able to demonstrate the first-hand feel how, especially people who are working with education department, either primary, secondary, even higher and technical would be able to have some takeaway from this. I request my colleague Lalit Narayan Singh to make a presentation on this.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. As sir has mentioned that VSK has emerged as a role model in this country, and we have had delegates both from within India and from the outside of the country and even from developed countries who have hailed this model as one of the best models where one can look at the real-time learning outcomes and based on those can generate actionable insights which can help improve the educational achievements of our children. So sir, with your permission, I present before all the delegates here the journey of VSK and what we all are doing at VSK. So the initial thought why this got imagined was that how can we transform school education using data and evidence? If we look at all the decades where a particular theme is very prevalent, this particular decade talks about data, evidence, how can we inform our social policy based on real actual data. So that was the thought behind how which VSK got imagined, that how can we transform school education using data-driven real-time monitoring. Next. So this slide gives a snapshot of school education system. We have got 33 districts where over 1.15 crore students are under the net of the school and higher education department, and we have got 54,000 schools, approximately 4 lakh teachers. So as you can see these numbers, the biggest challenge is monitoring. Now the trade-off is that monitoring is a cost, and if you don't monitor, then there's an adage that if you can't measure, it cannot, one cannot get it done. So we need to measure, and we can't measure too much, we can't measure too less. So this is the challenge with which VSK got imagined. The solution, because now tech has advanced, so and the cost associated have come low, so technology came to a rescue, and how can we have a tech-enabled online real-time mechanism where we can monitor the learning progress of all of our students, and based on that, can we give some actionable inputs and insights to our teachers that they can help our students. So this is how VSK look like. As sir has mentioned, all those who are interested in social policy, particularly education policy, it is very nearby. If you come and visit our center, you will get a first-hand feel. So, 90s, 2000s were the theme of .com. Then 2010 onwards, we went into app-based. So the cultural and the prevalent zeitgeist of the theme of this decade is artificial intelligence, big data, cloud computing, data analytics. All of these are used extensively at VSK, and this is how we can get the first real-time online holistic monitoring of school education system, which started with attendance, and now it has got various things organically built around it, which we are going to present you in a short while from now. And we can get data on state level, district level, block level, cluster level, student, teacher, learning outcome wise. So as much as you can drill down, we can have some input about the performance of the students. So these are the basic pillars on which VSK rests. We started with attendance. Now it is a very developed system where we can talk about assessment, we can talk about school accreditation system, and also the manpower, because we have seen there are 4 lakh teachers, a lot of head teachers and teachers were not able to utilize their time well because they were into too much file working. So that administration portion is also taken care by VSK, and all of these are integrated through well-defined processes based on artificial intelligence and machine learning. So this is how VSK was, and we have built on that. So these are the various themes. All of these are either apps or chatbots, which were on the VSK platform. We have upgraded many of them. So these are the modules. You can get attendance. We have foundational literacy and numeracy Nipun Gujarat on it. We have assessment chatbot by the name Shamta. We have Swa Mulyankan, where a student or a teacher can upload the answer sheets and get results instantly. We also have a bot by the name Shikshak Sahayak, which helps teachers to upgrade themselves. We also have Samarthan. This is the community involvement or the parent connect. Gyan Prabhav. These are very holistic report cards which Government of India is advocating. We are already generating through VSKs. And early warning system is developed with association from UNICEF, where based on certain points, one can tell teachers well in advance that these are the students who have increased likelihood of dropping out. So as it is said, a stitch in time saves 9. So EWS is one of the very important intervention where we are able to improve our dropout rates. So as it is a continuous journey, based on the continuous feedback and iterations, we are continuously upgrading the VSK. So if you look at VSK 2.0, the idea which began was that we need to monitor well, but all this monitoring at the state level was not yielding proper results. So that led to the thought that if we give data and capability to the district level and the block level, then we can have a much less lag time between the input and the action. Thus, district VSKs and block VSKs have become functional. These are a few of the another chatbots or WhatsApp devices where we are able to track students under various scholarship schemes. We are able to have a very developed child tracking system 2.0, as well as scheme bots Namo Saraswati and Namo Lakshmi. So this was the most low-hanging fruit, attendance. If we can't have students in school and if we can't ensure teachers in school, essentially the learning is not going to happen. So of many levers where one can improve education, the interaction between teacher and student remains the most important one. This is how VSK got imagined. This was the first thing which we started with. So using tools, bots, we have all the students and all the teachers' attendance captured every day. And if you see at the result, so what has happened that in the 3 years, which I mentioned from 21 to 24, we can see that 18 lakh students have become more regular. And when we say more regular, we means that the proportion of their attendance has enhanced significantly. So if you look at students who were having 100% attendance, that number has gone up by 16%. Students having attendance between 80 to 99 have gone up by 20%. Similar improvements have been visible in the teachers' attendance. Teachers who are earlier not aware that whether their attendance is monitored and if there exists a framework that 3 days of continuous absence can trigger a response from the state. But with VSK, we are able to do that, and thus we can see more number of teachers, they have also become very regular. Similarly, Gujarat was one of the first states who pioneered the idea of celebrating the school entry program, which started at the Shala Praveshotsav. Now Government of India has adopted it under Vidya Pravesh. So at the beginning of the year, when the school students are to be enrolled, VSK monitors, VSK help in that school enrollment drive as well. Now we are proud to say that we have nearly universal enrollment in grade 1. And this was possible because the system was integrated with the civil registration system of the health department, where the data is available from day one that all these are the students who are the likely target group for admission this year. Next come the assessments. The performance, the gap between result and the time in which, if earlier one could have acted, the performance could have been better. So this led to development of the assessment module in the VSK. So we have both the kinds of assessment, summative as well as formative. Many of them are done weekly basis, and students, their parents, as well as teachers, all of them can see the growth or the development trajectory of the students on various subjects. And we generate a student progress report card, which is very holistic in nature. That is learning outcome wise. So if you can look at that, we are able to generate total 55 crore report cards, because all of these are very granular, very detailed. So one has to measure not only the maths performance, but the performance in trigonometry. That level is where one can go down with VSK capabilities. This is an example of how a student report card looks like. It is very detailed. Sorry, I think the image might not be clear, but when we have got one, we'll keep it here. You can have a detailed out look at that. And this has got parameters not related directly to education as well, which is oral reading fluency, health, attendance. All these data is captured in this. Gujarat is one of the first state, in fact, it is the first state which registered its own EdTech startup. EdTech startup was the theme about when COVID strike. So we also have our firm by the name GET, and it has its all 100% content is on its app, G Shala, which has more than 3 million downloads. The total usage time and the YouTube videos watched through G-Shala, all of them is pointing towards a direction that Gujarat is using technology to enhance learning at a very large scale. These are some of our platforms on which we are using tech-enabled adaptive learning. You can see we are the country's best on Microsoft Teams. We were the best on Diksha. Also, YouTube and G-Shala numbers are mentioned. And all of our textbooks, which are QR coded, so all those who are interested, they can explore topic in a much more detailed manner. The second term, the third pillar, which is school accreditation, because the numbers of school is huge and the associated manpower wastage, which earlier used to go because all the schools needs to be accredited for their quality. So we have this under which detailed domains are established. All of them have pre-filled values. One can do it self-evaluation, and based on a mechanism where these gets vetted by block level officers as well as district level and then state level officers, we can generate school report cards where we can give that a school is a 5-star school or a 4-star in A+ category, or a school is a B school or a C school. All this information is in public domain, therefore it acts as a motivation for a school to improve its standing. These are few of the pictures which shows how a school report card looks like. Also, in all the states, school education department is the biggest department. It has the bulk of the HR with almost 1/6 of the state budget. Therefore, it was essential that if we can reduce the load on our school teachers and headmasters, maybe they will devote that extra time, the time which was saved, on educational activities. Therefore, this administrative module was added to VSK, and it is applicable everywhere. It does well on school monitoring, it does well on vocational education, it does well on civil infra monitoring, vehicle tracking, DG infra monitoring. All of these things are done on this platform. And it has made life of our head teachers very easy. What used to take about 2 to 3 days now gets done in 30 to 40 minutes a day. There's a tremendous amount of manpower which was doing things which were not directly linked to education, which was not productive. Now we are able to save over 1 crore man hours of head teachers every year. As I have earlier mentioned, there are various levers which can help improve school educational outcomes, one of which is BRC and CRC. They are a very important monitoring mechanism in the school system. Based on monitoring app for field officers, all of this is geo-fenced. With real-time calls done from VSKs, we can ensure that they are there and they are doing what they are supposed to do. That has helped improve our learning outcomes as well. So these are a few of the pictures of the kind of dashboards we have at the VSK level. I would again request all those who can spare some time, please do visit VSK, because these dashboards are very dynamic in nature, and seeing them on a big screen will give tremendous amount of information which cannot be shown on a PowerPoint. And most of this is available to everyone who is part of the system based on whether they have those access rights or not. So they can compare themselves where they are standing in real time. So many times this competition helps improve their overall performance. And if if an intervention is made and if it is doing well, it is natural that people are going to appreciate it. As sir has mentioned, VSK was inaugurated by none other than Honorable Prime Minister in the year 2022, and these were his remarks when he has seen this. And just to add on, Asar report was released, provisional Asar report was released 2 days ago, and I'm very happy to share that Gujarat is the best performing state in terms of digital connectivity, digital infrastructure availability, and not just availability, the usage of same. Gujarat is doing 4 times compared to country's average. many of these things have become possible because we have a very robust IT infra available at the village level. We have good internet connectivity, and school education department could ensure that we have computer labs at all schools.
ऊंचाई पर है, विकास की जिस ऊंचाई पर है, वो हर गुजराती को गर्व से भर देता है। इसका अनुभव मैंने कल गांधीनगर के विद्या समीक्षा केंद्र में भी किया। गुजरात के बच्चों के भविष्य को, हमारी आने वाली पीढ़ियों को संवारने के लिए विद्या समीक्षा केंद्र एक बहुत ताकत बन रहा है। हमारी सरकारी प्राथमिक शाला, उसके लिए इतनी बड़ी टेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग ये दुनिया के लिए एक अजूबा है। ये विद्या समीक्षा केंद्र पूरे देश को दिशा दिखाने वाला सेंटर बन गया है।
So we also had a national conference of education ministers of all the country, as well as Treasury Secretary of US, World Bank President, all of them appreciating the initiative. These are few of the pictures. So in the end, I'll end with saying that if you have a benevolent social planner sitting at the state capital, most likely if they don't have real data and evidence to decide, the impact of social policies will always be suboptimal. VSK helps bridge that gap. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lalit, for a detailed presentation. I'll invite Sri Chavada from Industry Department to make presentation on integrated lease management and vehicle tracking system.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, delegates. Sir, I am from CGM, Commissioner Geology Mining. In mining sector, sir, the biggest challenge is to curb illegal mining activity. To prevent illegal mining activity, we have to use technology, manpower, and we have to give more legal business. In technology, in Gujarat, we are using drone surveillance, VTMS, ILMS, body-worn cameras, and geomine apps. More than, sir, 1 lakh stakeholders are associated with this VTMS. सर इन पास्ट फिजिकली जब रॉयल्टी पास निकलता था तब चोरी होने की संभावना ज़्यादा रहती थी। एक ही पास पे ज़रूरत से ज़्यादा ट्रिप करते थे। इलीगल माइनिंग का जो ट्रांसपोर्टेशन था उसका एलिगेशंस भी ज़्यादा रहते थे। तो सर आज की तारीख में 88,000 से ज़्यादा व्हीकल VTMS पे रजिस्टर हुए हैं। तो फिजिकली इतने सारे व्हीकल्स को वेरीफाई करना, चेक करना बहुत डिफ़िकल्ट है, इसलिए टेक्नोलॉजी का यूज़ करके हम ये कर सकते हैं सर। व्हीकल ट्रैकिंग सिस्टम है सर, GPS डिवाइस एनेबल है, लाइव मॉनिटरिंग कर सकते हैं हम व्हीकल का, कोई भी व्हीकल का नंबर डाल के उसको लाइव मॉनिटरिंग कर सकते हैं सर। रूट रिप्ले कर सकते हैं, पास्ट 30 डेज़ का कोई भी व्हीकल का हम चेक करना चाहे तो चेक कर सकते हैं, वो हमारे इन्वेस्टिगेशन के लिए भी काम लगता है। और कभी कभी ट्रक ओनर्स, ड्राइवर्स एलिगेशन करते हैं कि भाई हमारा ब्रेकडाउन हुआ था, तो हम भी वो चेक कर सकते हैं कि टाइम लिमिट में वो डेस्टिनेशन पे क्यों नहीं पहुंचा। सर जो सोर्सेस है सारे, जैसे लीज है, माइनिंग एरिया है और स्टॉकिस्ट है और एंड यूज़र जो डेस्टिनेशन है, वो सारे हमने जियो फेंस किया है। गुजरात के 18,000 जितने विलेजेस और जितने कॉरपोरेशन एरिया के जितने भी सिटी एरियाज़ के जितने भी है वार्ड एरिया, वो हमने जियो फेंस किया है ताकि हम सोर्स और डेस्टिनेशन जियो फेंस करके तो उसको रूट रिप्ले में चेक कर सकते हैं। सर 4 टाइप के ट्रांसपोर्टेशन होते हैं, लीज से स्टॉक तक, स्टॉक से स्टॉक या ट्रेडर तक, लीज से एंड यूज़र तक और ट्रेडर से एंड यूज़र तक। सर जैसे हमने पहले बताया कि ऑल एरिया हैव बीन जियो फेंस, तो इजीली हम मॉनिटर कर सकते हैं। 88,000 से ज़्यादा व्हीकल्स जो मिनरल कैरिंग व्हीकल्स है वो हमने रजिस्टर किए हुए हैं और सबको GPS हमारे 29 एजेंसी जो है ऑन बोर्ड है, जो एन पैनल की है वो उसके GPS हमने लगवाए हुए हैं। और डेली देखें तो हम 60,000 जितनी ट्रिप्स कंडक्ट कर रहे हैं सर। सर एप्लीकेशन मॉड्यूल में लाइव व्हीकल ट्रैकिंग है, जो मैंने पहले बताया कि कोई भी व्हीकल जो मिनरल कैरिंग कर रहा है उसको हम लाइव ट्रैक कर सकते हैं। मास्टर डेटा मॉड्यूल है हमारा, जिसमें यूज़र मास्टर, व्हीकल मास्टर, जियो फेंस मास्टर, विलेज मास्टर और 18,000 जितने विलेजेस जो हमने जियो फेंस किए वो, ऑल लीजेज 7,000 से ज़्यादा विलेजेस हमने जियो फेंस किए हुए हैं। ऑल स्टॉकिस और एंड यूज़र मिला के लगभग 10,000 जितने स्टॉकिस और एंड यूज़र हमने जियो फेंस किए हुए हैं। तो उसका मास्टर डेटा मॉड्यूल हमारे पास उपलब्ध है और डैशबोर्ड सेंट्रलाइज है। हम कमांड एंड कंट्रोल रूम भी नज़दीक के भविष्य में शुरू करने जा रहे हैं। उसमें हमारे ऑपरेटर्स लाइव व्हीकल का लाइव मॉनिटरिंग कर सकते हैं और डेटा एनालिसिस कर सकते हैं, वो भी कर सकते हैं सर। और अलर्ट और वायोलेशन, सर कभी कभी ऐसा होता है कि सोर्स से डेस्टिनेशन पहुंचने में रूट वायोलेशन होता है। सिस्टम ऐसे काम करता है कि व्हीकल पहले चेक करेगा कि वो रजिस्टर है, जियो फेंस एरिया में जो सोर्स है उस एरिया में आया हुआ है वो भी चेक करता है, उसके बाद वो डेस्टिनेशन कहाँ जाना है वो भी चेक करेगा, वो जियो फेंस एरिया क्या है कि नहीं। उसके हिसाब से गूगल 3 उसको रूट दिखाएगा, उसमें से जो भी रूट सिलेक्ट करेगा उसके हिसाब से उसको किलोमीटर और जो टाइम लगेगा वो रॉयल्टी पास में दिखाएगा। अगर वो वायोलेशन करता है, रूट वायोलेशन करता है, तो एक अलर्ट मैसेज जाता है जो रजिस्टर मोबाइल है उसके ऊपर। ट्रिप एंड नहीं हुई है तो भी एक अलर्ट मैसेज जाता है, और डेस्टिनेशन पे नहीं पहुँचे तो भी एक अलर्ट मैसेज जाता है। और डेस्टिनेशन पे नहीं पहुँचता तो ट्रिप एंड नहीं होती, तो ट्रिप एंड नहीं होगी तो नया पास वो नहीं निकाल पा रहा है। तो जो पास्ट में जो गड़बड़ी हो रही थी अब नहीं हो सकती। सर रूट रिप्ले की मैंने बात की, तो रूट रिप्ले के साथ हम एविडेंस में रख सकते हैं। उसके साथ हम ट्रिप का टाइम, आइडियल टाइम, मैक्सिमम स्पीड, एवरेज स्पीड और सोर्स टू डेस्टिनेशन ट्रैवल हिस्ट्री सब हम रिकॉर्ड में रख सकते हैं। जो लीगल हमारा कभी कभी हमें एफआईआर करनी पड़ती हो तो उसमें वो काम लगता है सर। और कभी कभी ऐसा भी होता है कि इलीगल एक्टिविटी करने वाले गलत एलिगेशंस करते हैं स्टाफ पे, तो हम उसको ये रूट रिप्ले करके दिखा सकते हैं कि भाई आपका व्हीकल की, आपका ड्राइवर की गलती है। इंसिडेंट मैनेजमेंट में सर कभी कभी ऐसा होता है ब्रेकडाउन हुआ, एक्सीडेंट हुआ, तो ट्रक ड्राइवर या ओनर्स इंसिडेंट मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम से वो रजिस्टर कर सकता है। अभी ये मॉड्यूल हम अभी अप्लाई नहीं किया है, अभी वो मेल थ्रू हमें इन्फॉर्म कर रहे हैं। रिपोर्ट और MIS सर ऑल टाइप ऑफ रिपोर्ट्स में जनरेट होते हैं। जनरल रिपोर्ट्स होते हैं, वायोलेशन रिपोर्ट्स होते हैं, अलर्ट रिपोर्ट्स होते हैं, MIS रिपोर्ट की वजह से हम एनालिसिस कर सकते हैं अलर्ट रिपोर्ट्स। तो पर्टिकुलर व्हीकल के कितने अलर्ट्स मिले, बार बार कौन वायोलेशन कर रहा है, वो सब हम इसमें चेक कर सकते हैं। सर इसके साथ ही हमारा मोबाइल ऐप है जो iOS एंड्रॉयड का कंपेटिबल है। सर जो फील्ड में ऑफिसर काम करते हैं तो उसके 10 किलोमीटर रेडियस में कितने हमारे मिनरल बेयरिंग व्हीकल्स है, ऑन ट्रिप है, ऑफ ट्रिप है, जिसका डेटा नहीं मिला वो भी, तो उसको गूगल मैप पे वो दिखाएगा। मैं आपको आगे की स्लाइड में वो दिखा रहा हूँ। उसमें डैशबोर्ड भी देख सकते हैं और रिपोर्ट भी जनरेट कर सकते हैं। सर ये स्क्रीनशॉट है डैशबोर्ड का, कितने व्हीकल रजिस्टर हुए हैं, कितने ऑन ट्रिप है वो दिखा रहा है, कितने व्हीकल का नो कम्युनिकेशन है, को जो 12 घंटे से उनका GPS का कोई डेटा हमें मिला नहीं। हर एक 10 सेकंड पे उसको हमें डेटा भेजना चाहिए, अगर 12 घंटे से डेटा नहीं मिला वो ऐसे व्हीकल दिखा रहा है। और कितने ऑफ ट्रिप है, जिसकी ट्रिप खत्म हो गई है, कितने व्हीकल दिखा रहा है, और दिन में कितने रॉयल्टी पास अभी तक जो जनरेट हुआ है वो इसका एक डेटा है। सर आगे की स्लाइड में अगर फील्ड ऑफिसर कहीं चेकिंग कर रहा है तो उसके रेडियस में 10 किलोमीटर रेडियस में कहाँ कौन से व्हीकल है वो चेक कर सकते हैं। जो ग्रीन दिखा रहा है जो रॉयल्टी पास और डीलरवी चलन के साथ में है, ऑन टाइम पे है, रियल टाइम पे, रियल वो रूट पे ही है जो ग्रीन दिखा रहे हैं। जो रेड दिखा रहे हैं जो उसका टाइम खत्म हो गया है लेकिन मूवमेंट में है वो दिखा रहा है, और जो येलो दिखा रहा है उसका ट्रिप खत्म हो गया है, वो डेस्टिनेशन पे पहुंच गया है, ऐसे व्हीकल है। तो इजीली वो रेड दिखा रहा है उसको सीधा वहाँ से ट्रैक करके वो पकड़ सकते हैं, चेक कर सकते हैं। सर और एक फैसिलिटी इसमें है कि गुजरात में कहीं भी कोई भी एरिया का कहाँ पे मिनरल बेयरिंग व्हीकल्स खड़े हैं, क्या चल रहे हैं, कोई चेक करना है तो अभी यहाँ गांधीनगर बैठे बैठे हम कच्छ में भुज के पास में अबड़ासा के आजू बाजू कितने व्हीकल है वो जूम करके वो चेक कर सकते हैं। पर ये फैसिलिटी सारे ऑफिसर को नहीं दी हुई है, एचओ लेवल के ऑफिसर के पास ये फैसिलिटी है। और फील्ड के जो ऑफिसर है वो ऐप थ्रू रिपोर्ट जनरेट भी कर सकते हैं। सर ये रूट रिप्ले का स्क्रीनशॉट है, एक्स जगह से निकल के कितने उसको कहाँ पहुँचा है वो पूरा देख सकते हैं। जो रेड दिखा रहा है वो ओवर स्पीड दिखा रहा है, ग्रीन है वो स्पीड लिमिट में चल रहा है, उसका टाइम और वो रूट दिखा रहा है। सर एक और बात है, लास्ट 15 डेज में कहाँ से हमें डेटा मिला है, तो कहाँ पे ज़्यादा व्हीकल चल रहे हैं या फिर कौन से एरिया में ज़्यादा व्हीकल है वो हमें चेक करना है। तो इस सिस्टम से हमें पता चल जाता है। जो रोड रेड दिखा रहा है वो सर वो एरिया वो रूट का ज़्यादा यूज़ हुआ है, वहाँ से हमें ज़्यादा जीपीएस का डेटा मिल सका है। तो हम वहाँ प्लानिंग कर सकते हैं कि ज़्यादा हमारा मैन पावर डिप्लॉय कर सकते हैं, वहाँ चेक पोस्ट लगा सकते हैं, वो कर सकते हैं। कभी कभी ऐसा भी होता है पर्टिकुलर एरिया की ज़्यादा कंप्लेंट्स आती है कि ये जगह पे ऐसा हो रहा है, तो यहाँ बैठ के डैशबोर्ड पे से हम चेक कर सकते हैं कि एक्चुअल में वहाँ लाइव कितने व्हीकल है, तो पता चल जाता है कि भाई कोई फरियाद गलत कर रहा है कि सही है। सर मैंने पहले बताया कि जब ये वीटीएमएस नहीं था तो इलीगल ट्रांसपोर्टेशन के चांसेस बहुत ज़्यादा थे, मिसयूज़ हो रहे थे रॉयल्टी पास के। एक ही रॉयल्टी पास पे बार बार ट्रिप कर सकता है, और इतना सारा पकड़ने के लिए फिजिकली इतना मैन पावर फील्ड में होना चाहिए और बार बार वो चेक करता रहना चाहिए, तभी कुछ पकड़ा जा सकता है। अभी डैशबोर्ड पे पूरा सिस्टम आ गया है वीटीएमएस थ्रू, तो हम मॉनिटर पूरा कर सकते हैं और अलर्ट भी जनरेट हो रही है, तो उसको बार बार पता चलेगा कि भाई मेरे ड्राइवर ने कुछ गलती की है, रूट वायोलेशन हुआ है, ट्रिप पहुंची नहीं, एंड ट्रिप नहीं हुई या डेस्टिनेशन पे नहीं पहुंचा, वो सब चेक कर सकते हैं हम। सर पहले मैंने बताया कि 7,000 जितनी लीजेस, 8,000 और एंड यूज़र मिला के 10,000 जितने स्टॉकिस्ट एंड यूज़र्स, सारे गांव, सारे सिटी एरियाज़ के वार्ड्स, सब ने हमने जियो फोन्स किया है। और अगर वो पहले पास निकालने जाएगा तो सिस्टम पहले चेक करता है कि वो पहले रजिस्टर हुआ है वीटीएमएस में व्हीकल, वो चेक करेगा। उसके बाद वो चेक करता है कि भाई वो सोर्स जो दिखा रहा है, लीज एरिया दिखा रहा है, वो एरिया जियो फेंस वाला एरिया में व्हीकल पहुंच गया कि नहीं। फिर वो चेक करेगा आगे जो डेस्टिनेशन कहाँ पहुंचना है उसको जियो फेंस हुआ है कि नहीं, वो चेक करेगा। अगर वो सही है तो फिर वो आगे डेटा ILMS जो हमारा दूसरा पोर्टल है उसके ऊपर डेटा वो उसको भेजेगा कि ये सही है, इसको आप पास निकालने दो। तो फिर ILMS उसके बाद उसको पास निकालने की परमिशन देगा। सर ये पूरा हमारा सिस्टम है, और ये सिस्टम आने के बाद आप देख सकते हो 22-23 में हमने लगभग 15.5 करोड़ 1560 करोड़ जितना रेवेन्यू इनकम हुआ था। 23-24 में 1645 करोड़ मतलब 85 करोड़ का रेवेन्यू हमें बेनिफिट हुआ है, और चालू साल का वो दिसंबर तक का है सर, फाइनेंशियल ईयर में। सर ये सिस्टम कैसे वर्क करता है, सैटेलाइट थ्रू डेटा जो GSM टावर पे मिलेगा, उसके बाद हमारे डेटा सर्वर पे, उसके बाद हमारा सिस्टम VTMS चेक करेगा, उसके बाद वो थर्ड पार्टी ILMS को वो भेजता है पास निकालने के लिए। सर क्या बेनिफिट्स, तो एक अच्छे से हम ट्रैकिंग कर सकते, ट्रेसिंग कर सकते हैं। इन्वेस्टिगेशन के पर्पज़ से हमें बहुत ये लीगल प्रोसीजर बहुत काम लगता है और फास्ट और इजी है। सर फील्ड चेकिंग इजी हो गया है, कहाँ पे हमें चेक पोस्ट लगाना है, कहाँ पे हमें इमरजेंसी में कहीं टीम भेजनी है, कहाँ यहाँ कमांड एंड कंट्रोल रूम से या फिर यहाँ से डैशबोर्ड से चेक करके फील्ड में इंस्ट्रक्शन दे सकते हैं कि ये एरिया में पर्टिकुलर एरिया व्हीकल आप चेक करो, इसको पकड़ो। और सर रेवेन्यू जनरेट और एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव कॉस्ट का मैंने आपको पहले भी बताया, उसके हिसाब से हमें बेनिफिट हो रहा है। सर ये था हमारा VTMS, और साथ में हमारा ILMS है जो पैरेलल दोनों एक साथ काम कर रहे हैं। सर ILMS है सर इंटीग्रेटेड लीज मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम, जो 2009 में सबसे पहले पूरे देश में गुजरात ने सबसे पहले इसको डिप्लॉय किया था। उस टाइम सर सिंगल ब्राउज़र पे काम करता था, इंटरनेट एक्सप्लोरर से, और खाली वो एक ही फैसिलिटी थी शुरू में, तो को रॉयल्टी पास वो प्रिंट कर सकते हैं। धीरे धीरे में सर टेक्नोलॉजी में हम थोड़ा आगे गए और 2021 में उसको हमने अपग्रेड किया। तो सर सिंगल विंडो एक्सेस है उसमें, जो पान कार्ड नंबर से कोई भी एप्लीकेंट मल्टीपल एप्लीकेशन कर सकता है। मतलब वो लीज के लिए अप्लाई किया, उसके बाद उसको स्टॉक के लिए अप्लाई करना है, वेब्रिज के लिए अप्लाई करना है, खुद के व्हीकल है तो व्हीकल के लिए अप्लाई करना है, तो एक ही सिंगल नंबर से वो पूरा एप्लीकेशन कर सकता है। और वो उसकी एप्लीकेशन वो चेक भी कर सकता है कहाँ कहाँ पे उसको काम चल रहा है। फुल्ली कन्फिगरेबल है, ब्राउज़र इंडिपेंडेंट। अभी पहले बोला जैसे मैंने बताया कि सिंगल इंटरनेट एक्सप्लोरर पर चलता था, अभी तो क्रोम पे, फायरफॉक्स पे, हर जगह पे इजीली चल रहा है। सर वर्कफ्लो हर एक बाय रूल्स बाय एक्ट हर एक ऑफिसर्स के अलग अलग उसको पावर दिए हुए हैं। जियोलॉजिस्ट के इतने पावर है, डिस्ट्रिक्ट कलेक्टर के इतने हैं, कमिश्नर जियोलॉजी माइनिंग के इतने हैं, उसके बाद सरकार गवर्नमेंट के तक है। तो उसका वर्कफ्लो बनाया हुआ है। और जो लीज को एप्लीकेशन या स्टॉक एप्लीकेशन या वेब्रिज एप्लीकेशन या व्हीकल की एप्लीकेशन, रजिस्ट्रेशन की सारी एप्लीकेशंस ऑनलाइन होती है। उसके बाद के सारे काम सारे ऑनलाइन ही होता है। उसके बाद में जो ग्रांट ऑर्डर, जनरल अप्रूवल जो भी हो वो डिजिटली साइन उसको मिल जाता है। सर हमारे कमिश्नर ऑफ जियोलॉजी माइनिंग और 33 डिस्ट्रिक्ट इस एप्लीकेशन का यूज़ कर रहे हैं। सर 1 लाख से ज़्यादा हमारे स्टेक होल्डर है, उसमें कंसेंसर होल्डर सारे आ गए। टेम्पररी परमिट्स, क्वारी परमिट्स, बेसमेंट परमिट्स, वो सब भी मिला के ट्रेडर्स, स्टॉकिस्ट, व्हीकल ओनर्स, वेरियस मशीनरीज, वेरियस इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर प्रोजेक्ट, वो सब हमारे 1 लाख से ज़्यादा स्टेक होल्डर्स जो यहाँ से अप्लाई कर सकते हैं और अब चेक कर सकते हैं सब कुछ। सर ये बेनिफिशरी है जो मैंने बताया पहले भी, 7,000 से ज़्यादा ट्रेडर स्टॉकिस्ट है, 8,000 से ज़्यादा हमारा मिनरल कंसेशन लीज होल्डर है, माइनिंग धारक है, क्वारी परमिट्स है, बेसमेंट परमिट्स है, 33 डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स है। एंड यूज़र सर इंडस्ट्रीज एंड यूज़र जो आरएमसी प्लांट्स होते हैं, जो चाइना क्ले और ये मोरबी के एरिया में जो टाइल्स वगैरह का होता है सर, वो सब हमारे एंड यूज़र में रजिस्ट्रेशन करवाते हैं। 1 टाइम ही रजिस्ट्रेशन करना है। व्हीकल मशीनरी सर 1 लाख से ज़्यादा जो मिनरल कैरी व्हीकल्स है वो, और मशीनरी जो यूज़र है वो सब हम रजिस्ट्रेशन करवा रहे हैं सर। सर मास्टर डेटा मैनेजमेंट में यूज़र मैनेजमेंट, रोल बेस्ड एक्सेस राइट्स, डायनेमिक वर्कफ्लो एंड अप्रूवल एंड रेट कन्फिगरेशन। कभी कभी मेजर मिनरल्स में ऐसा होता है कि जो बाज़ार कीमत के हिसाब से IBM रेट नक्की करते हैं, तो उसको सेंट्रली हम चेंज करते हैं तो हर जगह पे अप्लाई हो जाता है सर। एप्लीकेशन में यूज़र इंटरफेयर्स डिज़ाइन है सर, फ्रेमवर्क ग्रेजुएशन, ऑनलाइन पेमेंट सर, ऑनलाइन पेमेंट उसको एप्लीकेशन से लेके फुल फ्लेज में लिस्ट कंटिन्यू होती है तब तक के सारे पेमेंट्स ऑनलाइन कर सकते हैं, और उसके बाद ऑपरेशनल हो जाने के बाद रॉयल्टी पास ये सब निकालने में भी वो पेमेंट ऑनलाइन ही होते हैं सर। ये डिफरेंट मॉड्यूल्स है हमारे, थोड़ा मैं स्पीड में ले रहा हूँ, टाइम हो गया सर।
You can conclude with a quick remarks. I think we are a very detailed presentation, but we are running against the time.
Sir,
I think we should conclude with your conclusion.
1 minute सर। सर स्टेक होल्डर, ये हमारा डैशबोर्ड है सर। ऑनलाइन वो ATR पास निकाल सकता है, उसका ऑनलाइन रिटर्न जो माइनिंग लीज धारक है वो ऑनलाइन रिटर्न को हर मंथली एनुअली करना है वो कर सकते हैं, और रीपेमेंट भी कर सकते हैं सर। ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस में इतने सारी हम सर्विस दे रहे हैं ऑनलाइन, क्वारी परमिट, बेसमेंट परमिट, प्राइवेट लैंड में क्वारी, ब्रिक्स मैन्युफैक्चरर्स, क्वेरी लीज, सबमिशन ऑफ माइनिंग प्लान, ऑनलाइन इन रजिस्टर मॉड्यूल में स्टॉकिस्ट, व्हीकल्स, वेब्रिज, स्टेक होल्डर्स सर। बेनिफिट्स में सर्विसेज फास्ट हो गई है, इजीली हो गई है, ई साइन वाली कॉपी मिल जाती है। रोज के हमारे 1500 से ज़्यादा फाइनेंशियल ट्रांजैक्शन होते हैं और इजीली होते हैं सर। ये कुछ स्टैटिस्टिक है, तो कितने हमारे रॉयल्टी पास निकलते हैं रोज के पीक टाइम पे, और डिलीवरी चलन कितना है, पेमेंट ट्रांजेक्शन क्या है, 1 लाख से ज़्यादा मशीनरी रजिस्टर है, वेब्रिज कितने रजिस्टर है, लीज कितनी है, स्टॉक ट्रेडर्स कितने हैं, क्वारी परमिट जो ये साल की कितनी दी हो, ये सब स्टैटिस्टिक है। थैंक यू सर।
Thank you so much. Now, for transforming public administration, presentation will be made by Civil Service Department, Srimati Smita Gosai, please.
Madam, mic on karna hai, please. Thank you.
Senior officer from the Government of India, State Government, Namaste. I would thankful for giving me the opportunity of presenting FCS use case. So please, so yesterday and today we have talked about efficiency, accountability, transparency, reach to end citizen. In addition to that, we have heard yesterday, सरकार का अभाव हो वहाँ भी प्रभाव होना चाहिए. So by leveraging technology, process re-engineering and change management, we have taken some initiative in FCS department. For public distribution system, we have 33 districts, 290 plus taluka and zonal offices. We have 50 FCI and CWC go-down campus. State go-down we have 250. Our ration card beneficiary, NFSA ration card holder is 76.21 lakhs. And that cover the population 3.70 crore. We have also catering need of ICDS and PM Poshan Center of education. So we are catering 5 lakhs mothers and 15 lakhs children, or 52,000 Anganwadis and 40 lakh students of 30,000 PM Poshan centers. So the scale of the PDS is very, very big. We are monthly allocating wheat 1 lakhs metric ton and rice 92 lakhs metric ton under Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Anna Yojana. We are also distributing in state scheme tur dal, chana, sugar, fortified salt. We are also distributing to ICDS and PM Poshan through our Civil Supply Corporation. So for ICDS, we are distributing 5,800 metric ton food grade, and in PM Poshan, we are distributing 7,200 metric ton food grade monthly. So the market value of these commodities is 600 crore monthly, and it goes beyond 800 crore yearly. So, and we have transportation and logistics system in place. So we are transporting 80 lakhs bags of 50 kg monthly, and we have 9,000 trips of large vehicle and 18,000 trips of small vehicle. So from the scale of the PDS, it was a big challenge to maintain this system, to check the live position, the visibility, transparency. No one is fixing accountability is a problem, and the response, we can't take the immediate response. So for addressing these challenges, we have started Gujarat PDS journey before a decade. So I will talk about last 3 years journey. When the NFSA Act was implemented in 2014, so after that we have seeded all our ration card with Aadhaar and digitized over all the systems. So in last 3 years, we have onboarded farmer procurement system, farmer procurement portal. We have integrated with ICDS and MDM automation. We have we have implemented eFPS for fair price shop. Fair price shop. We have also implemented One Nation, One Ration, vehicle logistic tracking system, then supply chain integration. We have a command and control center in place in 2023, and we have introduced a Aadhaar-based face eKYC in 2024. Actually, it was inaugurated in Good Governance Day on 2023. So, ऐसा बोलते हैं कि दाने दाने पे लिखा है खाने वाले का नाम, पर ये जो दाना है जिस पे खाने वाले का नाम लिखा है वो एक्चुअली एंड बेनिफिशियरी तक पहुंच रहा है कि नहीं. सो टू मॉनिटर दैट वी हैव सप्लाई चेन ऑटोमेशन. सो इसमें सप्लाई चेन ऑटोमेशन इज द कॉम्बिनेशन ऑफ प्रोसेस री इंजीनियरिंग, आधार ऑथेंटिकेशन, AIML, IoT, data analytics, CCTV surveillance, image processing. So as you can see in the image, our supply chain automation is distributed in two parts, first mile and last mile. In first mile, the process is from taking food grain to FCI to our civil supply godown, and in last mile from our godown to FPS. So we are procuring food grain by three means, from FCI through millers and directly from farmers under MSP. So from procurement of food grain to distribute to end citizen, we have automized our whole system. For MSP procurement, we have farmer procurement portal in place. For a miller, we have miller module, and for FCI, we have integrated our system with FCI depot management system. We have VLTS, vehicle logistic and logistic tracking system. So command control center is tracking the vehicle. We are in transit. And we have digital weighbridge on our godown. So any vehicle which is come from the FCI is first weighted in our weighbridge, and system automatically get that weighment details. We have also ANPR cameras on our civil supply godown gates. So when the trip is started from the FCI, the driver detail and his number is tracking from mobile application, and the data of that vehicle is matched with the ANPR cameras image by image processing. So this is the first mile. Same process we are carried out in last mile also. So godown manager preparing delivery challan, and in last mile also we are taking payment of empty vehicle and loaded vehicle also. And the vehicle goes to FCS, then FCS taking these commodities by electronic proof of delivery through their mobile app. So this is the ICT logistics solution. So there are three key pillars: vehicle tracking system, smart delivery app, which is in which data is entered by the truck driver, and data analytics platform. So we have integrated this system with our Gujarat PDS system. We have geofence all the location, FCI godown, our Civil Supply Corporation godown, and all 17,000 FPS. We are we have real-time tracking of inventory and auto calculation of the truck transportation penalty. We have also optimized the route of the vehicles, and it is integrated with weighbridge, and electronic proof of delivery is also implemented. So this is the one example of first mile. where you can see the FCI go down, truck is going from FCI go down through our civil supply go down, and we are getting the reference number, what is the vehicle. We have also implemented load sensor in our vehicle tracking, so we can get what load carry out by that vehicle. So on top of that, you can see the weight of the vehicle, and inside you can see the trip detail, when the trip was started, what is estimated time, what is arrival time, how many time he had hold that vehicle. This is the last mile connectivity from food and civil supply go down to our FPS shop. So here you can see from the Porbandar Kutiana go down, the truck is going to the FPS, and same detail we have carried out when the truck was, when the vehicle was started trip, when the it was ended, and we are also we are also trying for image processing on this picture, so we can get the lat long of from this picture, and the FPS lat long and the vehicle EPOD lat long can be matched. This is the another activity carried out by FCS department. So from the vehicle tracking system, we have optimized our routes in first mile and last mile connectivity. So the study undertaken for L1 and L2, and in L1 we have optimized 170 routes, and in L2 we have optimized 15,376 routes. So the total saving from the this route optimization activity is 48 lakhs per month, and yearly transportation and logistic cost saving is 5 crore. So Government of India is also comment this activity, and they recognize us on 5th December 2024 by Department of Food and Public Distribution. So this is our command and control center. Command and control center. From the command and control center, we are monitoring the online vehicle tracking, real-time monitoring, diversion of food grain or trip any. And we have identified red zone areas also. So when the truck is in transit, so the nearer mills, atta mill or other mills can be identified, and if there any unauthorized stoppage by that trips, so that can be monitored and preventing action can be undertaken.
Ma'am, conclude.
Ji, sir. This is farmer procurement portal we have implemented through Aadhaar-based biometric system. This is e-KYC activity we have undertaken by face authentication, and till now we have carried out 3.58 crore ration card holder e-KYC. We are also giving training, live training to Vande Gujarat channel, and 23 plus training session can be carried out. This is My Ration mobile app through which face e-KYC is done. PDS Plus mobile application through which government officer can do e-KYC of citizens. This is FPS e-profile for removing ghost FPS also, and real FPS can get that commission on time. This is national portability we have implemented for the laborers and other state migrants. This is Annapurti grain ATM we have launched on 17 September 2024, and until now 1.15 metric ton food has been distributed through this ATM. This is PGRS we have implemented in place as talked yesterday by session chair. And we have implemented escalation metrics also. This is citizen engagement, CM Jan Samvad. So yesterday in one session we have talked about, one speaker has talked about how to reach citizens. So we are proactively, our CM Jan Samvad unit call the citizens and ask their experience about the government services for ration card, PM Ujjwala Yojana, and quality and quantity of food. These are all are the outcomes we have achieved. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We'll have a presentation on Viswas Home Department project by my colleague Narsimban Kumar, Police Commissioner, Vadodara. That will last our presentations.
Good evening, everybody. Let me make a quick presentation on one of the flagship projects of Home Department, Government of Gujarat. Gujarat Police is a 1,25,000 strong police force. Today, we claim to be one of the modern police forces, and we are making huge investment for upgradation of our physical infrastructure, human resources, and provide better training. Together with that, we are also adopting a variety of technologies to enhance our capabilities in seamless delivery of security-related services. Across the world, photo-based enforcement systems are very popular, and CCTV camera is one. Another is body cameras. When you are moving in cities like London or New York, you will get to see all the policemen who are here in Gujarat. And another tool is drone-based camera systems. In Gujarat, we have been trying to bring in all the three elements over a period of time. We started off with a small scale from Surat, and we did a pilot and all in three cities, Vadodara, Ahmedabad, Gandhinagar. And today, under multiple projects, which was about 7,000 and another 1,200 plus cameras under PPP model, CITMS and things like that. And the smart city project, which are useful for law enforcement, are about 8,500 plus. So about 20,000 cameras. In addition to that, about 10,000 body cameras are also part of our system. We have a fleet of 19 drones, which are having day and night vision capabilities, payloads for the purposes of law enforcement in different parts of the state. Well, we started off this, which was in the year 2018, in 34 district headquarters and also 6 so-called Pavitra Yatra Dhams, what we call tourist places like Somnath, Dwarka, Palitana, Ambaji, etc. And also Statue of Unity, one of the global tourist destination today. The idea was to basically upgrade our capabilities to keep tab on what happens in the public spaces and make them more safe for women and children, and also go for proactive traffic management and control, non-intrusive methods to make it easy for the citizens to navigate through cities. And post-incident investigation capabilities was one of the prime objective, because that is something that is needed for the police to enhance their capability to investigate and take them to court of law. The Homeland Security principle says create deterrence by setting up these kind of cameras, and also detect as and when incidents get reported, and create an ecosystem where the criminals find it difficult to commit crime. So that was the objective with which we started, and road safety was one, of course, another objective. Now we have under the phase 1 of Vishwas, we have created CCTV cameras, which has all the edge location infrastructure, and set up for 34 command and control centers in 34 district headquarters. It is a decentralized model. Many of the places you will get to see these kind of facilities only in the state headquarters, but we have taken it to district headquarters and also to smaller cities. So the infrastructure includes a command and control center in each of the districts connected with all the cameras in their jurisdiction. Then we also have inducted 10,000 body cameras. These cameras have two capabilities. One, 1,000 of them can live telecast what is happening in front of them. Another 9,000 of them can be worn by policemen, and as and when they dock it at the docking station, that can be viewed and transferred to the servers in the command and control centers. We have created a facility called Trinetra, which is a state capital-based or the central command and control center, which is located in the police headquarters here in Gandhinagar. You can also visit if you have time. A fantastic facility that has come up in the state headquarters. And of course, we have integrated all these systems with a variety of databases, which includes Vahan, Sarathi of the Ministry of Transport and Highways. And we have also brought it to the CM dashboard. Honorable CM can monitor any camera anywhere in the state. Then, of course, we have brought in drone and body cameras are also to the Trinetra Command and Control Center. Their entire system is supported by a lot of video analytical capabilities to make it seamless and easy for the policemen manning this command and control center to make use of the facility for their best advantage. Trinetra, as I told you, it is the central command and control center. It has 4 components: CCTV cameras across the state, body cameras, 10,000 of them deployed across the state again. Drone-based cameras are selective. They are not there everywhere, but if there is a VVIP visit, if there is an incident wherein we need to deploy drone to keep tab from the sky, then we indeed take it to those locations. And of course, we have advanced video analytics and synopsis tools for the purpose of post-incident investigation purposes. The architecture is basically, as I told you, in many of these states, mega cities have opted for centralized infrastructure where chunk of the cameras or all the cameras are located in one city. Here we have 3 layers: command and control center, which is Trinetra at the state headquarters, that's the hub. And then we have Netram, what we call district level command and control centers located in 34 police districts across the state. And of course, within the district, there are multiple cities which are having cameras. So they are also part of the Netram. Body cameras and drone can also be monitored from the Netram facility. Today, we also have connectivity with about 79 interstate checkposts with Rajasthan, Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, Tamil, with whom we have interstate borders. So that makes it a comprehensive infrastructure having capability to keep tab on the movement of vehicles, criminals, antisocials across the state, whether they are interstate criminals, whether they are moving within the district and bordering districts and things like that. Then this is basically, if you look at this project, the learning for all the participants is, these are some key features. Integrated command and control center. Many states, it is hodgepodge or standalone systems which are not brought together. We have multiple solutions like ANPR, RLVD, speed detection, video analytics, incident management system, all bunched it together and made it available to the district SPs, because they are the basic users of these facilities. The police stations, the subdivisions, the SPs should make use of it to their advantage. Project governance is also unique. I've been heading this task force, which is an empowered group, having representatives from Home Department. I'm from the police user department, and of course from the IT and finance department, etc. So we keep interacting, taking decisions, monitoring project, and ensure that it happens in time. So I've been heading it for a long time, though I've been getting shifted or holding various positions. Today I'm posted as Commissioner of Police, Vadodara, a little away from the capital, yet I'm managing this project across the state. That has worked wonders. Thank you. Capacity building is another major exercise. 266 plus engineers trained and deployed in all the command and control centers to assist police. 1,500 policemen who have been again trained as operators. Over 20,000 policemen are trained for making use of CCTV, body cameras, and drone cameras. We have about 45 trained drone pilots as well. We have developed a host of SOPs, make it easy for the policemen to make use of all the technological infrastructure. Integration is a fantastic feature of this. We have multiple databases, multiple systems. They don't talk to each other, operate in silos, and of little use for the police. But this one system has succeeded largely because of integration of multiple systems and bringing them together to provide seamless solutions to police and law enforcement purposes. It includes one nation, one challan as well. Vishwas Phase 2, right now we are in the midst of Vishwas Phase 2. We seek to set up about 13,000 plus cameras across the state. In the Phase 1, we covered 41 cities. In the Phase 2, we are covering 54 cities, which also includes mega cities like Surat and Vadodara and Rajkot. Earlier, we had left these cities thinking that they will be covered under the Smart City project and that will be good enough for policing as well, but it did not happen in that fashion, so we have stepped into those cities as well and covering all these cities. Integration, as I told you, there were still certain elements which were outside the system. Today, we are bringing toll plazas and FASTag data, etc., also for law enforcement purposes. We will also be bringing in cameras of other systems which are useful for law enforcement purposes. AI/ML solutions are also on the agenda. Right now, only Safe City project in Ahmedabad city has this feature. Predictive policing tools and crime hotspot mapping, all those features are there, but we are bringing it to all the other locations as well. The video analytics, as I told you, there are more than close to a dozen analytics. Chunk of them are essentially meant for e-challanning and traffic management and enforcement. Remaining are largely meant for extraction of videos, whether it is from the CCTV cameras, body cameras, drone cameras that we have, and also from the cameras in the public system. It can also access and make use of from other social media platforms and other open sources for the purpose of investigation. Enhancement and authentication is another set of tools that are available, and we have synopsis tools, etc., which are fantastic tools for the purpose of investigation when it comes to homicides and dacoities, robberies, and other incidents which get reported in many parts of the state. Application, as I told you, today, chunk of the application is for police operations, whether it is traffic management, enforcement, VIP security, vital installation security, and things like that. Citizen safety is, there are many cameras which are focused on women and children's safety. There are entry-exit points, cameras which are monitoring entry of vehicles and suspicious elements. Mobility will continue to be one of the prime objectives of this project because Smart City was taking care of many civic service delivery systems, but security and mobility will be key for making cities more livable, and this is one of the objectives with which we are pursuing this project. And planning and policy making, because we have huge data, tremendous amount of data regarding road user behavior, how things are happening, and also the crime pattern and police responses to those incidents. Outcomes are fantastic today. If the cases are getting detected in many of the cities, it is largely because of CCTV camera support systems and analytical tools that we have. Detection has gone up substantially across the head over the last 5 years. Traffic management has also become seamless, and we are enforcing through e-challans, and which is fetching some revenue as well. Improved road safety is another key outcome. Today, I can boast of saving lives of in excess of 650 people per annum. So that's something very, very substantial gain that we have made with the help of this project. Tips for technology adoption in law enforcement, essentially technology infrastructure, tech infrastructure alone won't help you in cities. We need junctions, we need finer roads, illumination, and support systems. Cameras or technology together with this physical infrastructure and human resources can only bring outcomes. Otherwise, one-sided approach won't yield results. Integration is another major challenge we saw across the during the journey. Now we are taking up integration of what we call CCTNS. Here it is called eGujcop, Dial 112 data, and other systems which are also there in the police. Policy and legislative framework is something that is very much needed to back it up with that kind of a support system. we came up with this Gujarat Public Safety Measures Enforcement Act 2022, which makes it mandatory for every public infrastructure, whether it's malls, hostels, hospitals, and things like that, having a footfall of 1,000 plus per day. If that is the kind of requirement, then they need to opt for access control measures, both at the entry exits and also in the parking areas. Then, of course, skill development is something very, very important for making any technology project a success. Police, there used to be a lot of hostility or resistance to opt for technology because it means greater transparency. It also brings in accountability. Like body camera, when a policeman is wearing it on his shoulders, if he is abusive, corrupt, or trying to play handedness with somebody with whom he is interacting, it's all getting documented. But it is also a huge advantage for him if there is a case of assault abuse from the citizen side as well. So over a period of time, we have been able to bring about this transformative change by convincing the policemen that these tools make their life simple, secure, and enhance their credibility manifold, and hence they need to adopt this kind of technology. And change management, as I told you, we did not go for a sudden infusion of huge money and bring in this infrastructure. We went about in a phased manner. We have covered now something like 95 cities. And in the next phase, we hope to reach 156, that is the number of Nagarpalikas that we have, both ABC category, and that will include all the Tier 1 or the metros and Tier 2 cities and Tier 3 cities, taking down to small Nagarpalikas and all the entry-exit points. That will make our system a robust technological infrastructure, a fantastic tool for law enforcement to make the state a safer place for the citizens. This project has won several awards, including National E-Governance Gold Award in the year 2021, which was Phase 1, and the Trinetra. Thank you. And the journey is something like this. We want to create a system wherein it is virtually impossible for a criminal or an antisocial element to hide anywhere, whether it is railway stations, bus stations, street corners, malls, shops, everywhere. These cameras are there to keep tab on their movement, and it needs to create an assurance to the community that there is no need to fear. So that kind of a trust and confidence in the law enforcement is the journey that we have started way back in 2018, and we have been fairly successful in creating that kind of an environment in Gujarat. Thank you.
Thank you, Narasimha. Thank you all our speakers. We have a very diverse set of presentation using IT application to meet the various challenges of governance. And as you saw, every imagination finds some solutions in the IT, in the governance itself. Thank you for your patient listening, and hand over the stage to the organizers. Thank you very much. Thank you all the speakers.
Thank you very much, sir, for chairing the session so well, and also to all the esteemed speakers. Sir, we request you to wait for the presenting of mementos. I request Mr. Hardik Patel, Assistant Director, IT, to kindly present the mementos to the esteemed session chair and all the speakers, please. Thank you very much, and I request everyone to kindly step forward, sir, for a group photograph. Mukesh, sir, for for the group photograph. Thank you very much. And to the August Hall who is present over here, a small announcement. After the valedictory session, we will all pose for a group photograph, so don't go away. As we approach the end of today's enriching discussions, we enter the valedictory session where we will hear final remarks from our distinguished leaders who have been at the forefront of these initiatives. We are honored to have with us the set of distinguished leaders over here, and we would like to welcome them on the dais. Srimati Sarita Chauhan, Joint Secretary, DARPG, Government of India. We welcome you, Madam. We welcome Ms. Mona Kandhar, Principal Secretary, DST, Government of Gujarat. Along with them, we will have our Secretary, DARPG, joining on VC, Shri V. Srinivas. And we would also like to call upon stage Dr. Tushaba Shinde. He is the Director of DARPG, Government of India. We welcome all the three dignitaries on the dais, please. Thank you very much, Madam, Sir, for joining us. Sir, we welcome you. On the VC, we have Shri V. Srinivas, sir. We welcome you, sir. And we request media to kindly be silent and let us proceed towards the valedictory session. Foremost, I request Srimati Sarita Chauhan, Joint Secretary, DARPG, Government of India, to deliver the welcome address of the valedictory session. And I request Shri Dr. T.Y. Bhatt, sir. Director of DIT, please welcome, sir. And MDGIL, it's a pleasure to have you on the stage, sir. Thank you. And over to you, Sarita, ma'am.
Thank you. Can we please settle down there? Yes. Respected Secretary, DARPG, Shri V. Srinivas ji, who has joined us online, Srimati Mona Kandhar ji, Secretary, Science and Technology, Government of Gujarat, Shri Tushar Bhatt ji, Director, Gujarat Informatics Limited, my colleague from DARPG, Shri Tushaba Shinde ji, Director, DARPG, distinguished participants and delegates. Very good afternoon to all of you. As we approach the culmination of this National Conference on Good Governance with focus on e-governance, I'm highly thankful to all the participants, speakers and guests who took keen interest and involvement in the various aspects of good governance. In this fast-paced digital era, the challenges of transforming public services to meet the evolving needs of citizens are immense. It is critically important to develop digital public infrastructures that enable this transformation. The full potential of digital technologies must be harnessed to build these digital public platforms to facilitate the change. Yesterday, Honorable Minister of State Dr. Jitendra Singh ji highlighted a fundamental shift in governance culture, emphasizing on decentralizing governance dialogues for more inclusive policy making that reflects the aspirations of the citizens nationwide. The collective intelligence and collaborative actions of policymakers, administrators, and digital experts have resulted in the development of numerous such platforms providing e-services across the country. The Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances have also been in the forefront and has played a key role in facilitating these initiatives by providing a platform for stakeholder consultations and leading actions in this domain. During our discussions on leveraging technology for inclusive governance. The crucial role of technology in ensuring efficient, transparent, and inclusive governance was emphasized again. To summarize the essence of our deliberations and highlight the key takeaways from the past 2 days, during this conference, we had the privilege of engaging with 16 award-winning projects from the Government of India and 9 award-winning projects, impactful projects from Gujarat, gaining valuable insights into their innovative approaches and impacts that they made in their own areas. We have seen exemplary case studies of AI in governance, ranging from predictive policing to AI-driven grievance redressal mechanisms. This shift towards data-driven decision-making is fostering greater efficiency and responsiveness. While technological advancements are driving e-governance, it is also imperative to equip government officials and citizens with the necessary digital skills. Many initiatives presented today focused on digital literacy programs, adoption of e-governance solutions also. Some of the most impactful initiatives have also come from the central government ministries, focusing on grievance redressal again and easy access to information. Besides, of course, the pioneering work done in the field by Gujarat government, and they are a great motivation in this field. So moving forward, the focus may also be on structured reforms for replication, leveraging already successful solutions to scale up and enhance the overall impact. The National Awards for e-governance are also one such platform where all such initiatives get these opportunities to be showcased, and the structured effort then gains momentum. The innovators gain recognition, and at the same time, the scaling of their projects can be done. The details of all these are available on our websites, and I encourage everyone to explore these initiatives. It has been a great pleasure to facilitate this exchange of ideas and innovations, and I look forward to continued advancement of good governance through e-governance solutions through such deliberations in future also. Thank you all for being such great participants in the conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam, for taking us through the journey of these 2 days. And I now request Ms. Mona Kandar, Principal Secretary, DST, Government of Gujarat, to deliver her thoughts on these 2 days of occasion. Thank you.
Secretary DARPG, sir, my colleagues from Department of Science and Technology, especially Directorate of ICT, the entire team led by Sarita and the Director Toshiba, and all the senior officials who have presented their excellent digital initiatives, e-governance initiatives here, and delegates. Thank you. So this has been an excellent journey spanning across the country, and this has been a digital journey, a journey of good governance. In fact, our insight, our learning has enhanced so much. We have been on the learning curve, a sharp learning curve over this 2 days. And we are really thankful to DARPG for giving us this opportunity. I chaired 2 sessions, and I was attending some of the sessions, though I couldn't attend, but I have made it a point that the sessions that I couldn't remain present in, I'm going to go through the presentations there, and I'll follow now every such conference held by DARPG very closely, and other such conferences as well, because there has been so much learning. And some of them I would like to summarize. It's difficult to mention all of that. But I was just wondering that how technology is driving good governance. Without technology, it would have been such a difficult task and such a humongous challenge. But technology not only is driving good governance, but has made this entire process so smooth and so inspiring. It's not mandatory at all, but we are seeing almost in every state, every department is doing something on this. And this has made good governance possible. And this was, in fact, the first lesson we had from Honorable Prime Minister, who was Honorable Chief Minister at that time. And he had said this, that if we want to grow fast, if we want to develop very fast, then technology is the only solution. And since then, all the successive governments, Honorable Chief Ministers, have remained committed, and the present Chief Minister is leading leading all of us by remaining in front, and Chief Minister's office is so much digitized and using technology on such a scale that is inspirational to all of us. We heard yesterday Honorable Minister of State, Dr. Jitendra Singh ji, and it was so inspiring. This kind of leadership, in fact, leads us all towards the higher goal of empowering the community, empowering the society. And I feel that with each of this initiative, citizen is the ultimate beneficiary and citizen is empowered more. So I would just like to summarize 3 to 4 takeaways. First is good governance. Our goal or our journey towards good governance becomes so smooth and easy when we drive on the vehicle of technology. Secondly, I was chairing the session on government process re-engineering. So though we call it government process re-engineering, actually it has been so much reforms, it involves so much reforms. Unless it would have been the technology, it would have taken so much time and so much effort to revisit this entire procedure and everything. But just because of the technology platform that we wanted to roll out, it became so smooth, it became so easy, everyone could come on board so easily. And under the name of government process re-engineering, we could have this governance reforms so easily. So that was my second takeaway. And third was the motivation, the kind of motivation or kind of enthusiasm that we were seeing in the entire team. Of course, the team leader was presenting, but we all know as a team leader that it's not possible unless the entire team is engaged, entire team is motivated, input comes from the entire team and everyone works hard. So this kind of teamwork, this kind of sharing of purpose, it becomes possible only by having that ultimate objective of good governance, and technology makes it happen so smoothly. So with every presentation, with every speaker, by interacting with every presenter, I was feeling more inspired, and I'm becoming more and more confident that with technology we all can pull through. And that vision that Honorable Prime Minister has given us, that Viksit Bharat, when we celebrate the centenary celebrations of independence, it becomes so much achievable. It appears so much achievable because of what we have seen over last 2 days. I think we can, if we come together, we can still do much better and much faster. I think if we can have a framework at state level, at national level, then I think we can achieve it much faster. And I'm seeing it happening bit by bit without our consciously planning for it or doing something about it. What we can do is No, we can have a framework where we can have all these layers. There's so many identity layers for the citizens that can come together. Then so much data related to citizens that can come together, like their birth, death, marriage, taxation, property, land, all that can come together. And with all these layers of data, probably we can have the vertical gateways, payment gateway, safety and security gateways. So with this horizontal and vertical thing, we can have all open source design tools, and there we can build applications which, for which it is possible to share API, to build them further, and to customize them. I think if we can have this kind of architecture, we can really leap forward, and we can also have a framework, a dynamic framework, though unified but dynamic framework, where we can introduce futuristic technologies. So this is what I was thinking, and we are already working for Gujarat in this direction, but I think even at national level we can do. And actually we are doing, I have received a letter from MeitY that they have selected some 10 districts in the country, and Gandhinagar is one of them, and we are almost done for Gandhinagar. So where all the programs, all the platforms of state government and central government will be integrated, and citizen can avail of all these services through a single interface. So for Gandhinagar district, we are almost done, and I'm sure other 9 districts will also do very soon. So I think this is the kind of framework that I'm imagining, I'm dreaming, and I'm sure we will be able to do this very soon. And that leap towards being a developed countries in all possible connotations and criteria, not only in economic terms, but in social terms, and making our community truly, truly empowered. That is going to happen soon. So thank you very much for being a part of this excellent journey. Thank you very much, and thank you, DRPG, once again for giving us this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for your encouraging words, for your vision, and also for your closing thoughts. We appreciate them. Would now like to welcome Shri V. Srinivas, Secretary DRPG, who is virtually present with us. Sir, we request you to share your valuable closing remarks with us. Over to you, sir.
At the outset, let me congratulate Government of Gujarat for the exceptional conduct of the conference. The leadership team of Srimati Mona Kandhar and Tushar Bhatt have enabled what has been a truly memorable event in which comprehensive discussions were possible. In addition to it, the cordiality and courtesy extended to the delegations coming from nearly 20 states and union territories was quite exceptional. So let me place on record our deepest appreciation for the Government of Gujarat, the leadership team, Sri Rajkumar ji, the Chief Secretary, Srimati Mona Kandhar ji, the Principal Secretary, Science and Technology, and Sri Tushar Bhatt, the Officer on Special Duty, who has been responsible for the successful conduct of this conference, all success. So a big, hearty congratulations. This conference also witnessed participation from very senior officials from across Government of India and state governments, and I would like to mention and thank a few of them. Dr. S.N. Tripathi, the Director General of the Indian Institute of Public Administration, Sri Kamal Dayani, the Additional Chief Secretary, Government of Gujarat. Then we had Srimati Jayanti Ravi, the Additional Chief Secretary, Government of Gujarat, Sri Mukesh Kumar, the Principal Secretary, Government of Gujarat, Srimati Sarita Chauhanji, our Joint Secretary from DRPG, who willingly shouldered a lot of responsibility in the last 2 days. In addition, we had several state governments represented by the senior most officials, the government of Rajasthan, represented by Principal Secretary Dr. Samit Sharma, the government of Uttar Pradesh, represented by the Additional Chief Secretary Sri Ravindra Naik, the government of Jammu Kashmir, represented by the Development Commissioner and Additional Chief Secretary Sri Shant Manu, government of Karnataka, represented by the Secretary Administrative Reforms Srimati Tulsi Madineni, as also representations from Bihar, Assam, Nagaland, Telangana, Maharashtra, and several other states and union territories. As was mentioned by the Minister of State for Personnel, Public Grievances and Pensions, Dr. Jiten Singh Ji, yesterday, the journey of national conferences on good governance has stretched from Itanagar to Gandhinagar. And that has been a phenomenal experience. We have passed through every state in this journey, and we've also stretched from Srinagar to Thiruvananthapuram. So in the last 6.5 years, I've had the opportunity to visit virtually every state capital. But what we have witnessed in government of Gujarat was truly exceptional. And the Gujarat model of governance, which seeks to bring citizens and government closer using technology, the maximum use of technology through integrated service portals, as also numerous innovations in governance, has been quite phenomenal. We heard the innovations in government of Gujarat like the EHRMS, the E-Sarkar, the BharatNet village Wi-Fi systems, and the incentive and facilitation portal yesterday. In addition, today we heard presentations with the Vidya Samiksha Kendra. This was a presentation I had seen numerous times, and it still continues to fascinate me. The integrated lease management and vehicle tracking, as also Narsimha Kumar's presentation on the Vishwas project. In terms of Government of India, there were several ministries and departments of Government of India that participated. We had Ministry of Women and Child Development, which presented the Poshan Tracker, the Ministry of Personnel, the Capacity Building Commission, which presented IGOT. Then we had the Joint Secretary of Rural Development, who presented the Worksite Monitoring and Inspection Management System, and the open network for digital commerce, which is being developed as an alternative to many digital platforms for procurement, was presented by the Department of Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade. Amongst the other presentations that were made by Government of India officials, we also had the Prime Minister's Gati Shakti, which was presented, and we had a presentation by the Director General IIPA with regard to how government process reengineering can be shaped up. In terms of state presentations, we had numerous presentations, and of course, my own cadre of Rajasthan came up with two very strong presentations, one on in terms of use of teleradiology and artificial intelligence that Dr. Samit Sharma made, which makes agile government for particularly in medicine possible. We had the Voka Sathi of Nagaland, which is a WhatsApp-based app system for grievance redressal and service delivery, implemented in one of the smallest districts of India, most remote districts of India, presented by Ajit Kumar Ranjan. And we had the Karnataka GIS that was presented by Dr. Srivyas. In addition, we had Monica Chaudhary presenting the Rajasthan Kisan Sathi Phase 2, which is an integrated platform that provides numerous services. We also had the AI-enabled hawking, smart hawking solution that was developed by Devang Desai of Gujarat, and the presentation on the Pimpri Chinchwad Municipal Corporation, which has developed an innovative system with regard to a smart Sarathi project. We also had one on blockchain in which Mrs. Ramadevi presented a project on emerging technology and how blockchain can be used for land registration. What we have witnessed across these presentations is the gamut in which artificial intelligence in governance can be used, ranging from health services to grievance redressal platforms to land registration systems, as also to uh, we did have in terms of open network for digital commerce. So across a broad gamut of spheres, AI can be developed to have disaggregated data analysis so that the last mile citizen can be reached. So let me take this opportunity also to congratulate the officials of the Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances who have strived to make this conference a success. The first name I take is Srimati Sarita Chauhanji, the Joint Secretary DRP, Shri Tushaba Shindeji, the Director DRPG, Shri Subhashish Das, Director DRP, Srimati Vandana Nanka, the Undersecretary along with the team. If you please stand up, we will give you a big congratulations and a clap. With these remarks, let me thank all the speakers, the compeers, the entire team of media team that enabled this very structured interaction. Jiten Singh ji's address we heard yesterday on the vision that has been outlined for Viksit Bharat at 2047. And we also heard the Finance Minister of Gujarat, how Government of Gujarat is placing a lot of emphasis on infrastructure development in taking the nation forward. We'd like to thank once again the Government of Gujarat and all our colleagues who have stood steadfast and devoted long hours to make this conference a success. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for those wonderful remarks of yours. We deeply appreciate them. And now to conclude this session, we invite Dr. Tushaba Shinde, Director of DRPG, Government of India, to extend a heartfelt vote of thanks.
Very warm good afternoon, all. Honorable Secretary, Department of Administrative Reform and Public Grievance, Shri Srinivasji. Principal Secretary, Department of Science and Technology, Government of Gujarat, Srimati Mona Kandharji. Joint Secretary, DRPG, Srimati Sarita Chauhanji. MD GIL, Shriut Tushar Bhattji. All respected Additional Chief Secretaries, Principal Secretaries, Secretaries, all esteemed speakers, distinguished dignitaries, participants, and ladies and gentlemen. As we conclude the National Conference on Good Governance, I stand before you with immense gratitude and heartful of appreciation for everyone who have contributed to the success of this prestigious event. Over the past 2 days, we have witnessed the enriching discussions, shared transformative ideas, and laid the groundwork for the future driven by the innovative e-governance solutions. First and foremost, I express my sincere thanks to Chief Guest of our this function of Honorable Secretary DRPG Shriyut V. Srinivas Sir, for your insightful address, provided a clear vision, outstanding leadership, and meticulous planning. Under your stewardship, this conference has been a platform for a groundbreaking discussions and collaborative exchanges. The depth and diversity of topics covered are a testament to your commitment to excellence. I also extend my heartfelt thanks to our respected Srimati Mona Kandharji for her support, coordination, and valuable time for the organizing this national conference at Gandhinagar. Ma'am, without your support, time, and coordination, this conference could not be possible in a very short period of time. Also, express sincere thanks to our Joint Secretary, DRPG, Srimati Sarita Chauhanji, for your valuable time and guidance for the organizing this conference at Gandhinagar in a successful manner. I again give a very valuable thanks to Shri Tushar Bhattji, MD GIL. Under his leadership, this conference, this all management and coordination has been done with their, their whole team. To the distinguished speakers and panelists, I express my profound gratitude. Your expertise and thought-provoking insight have enriched our understanding of e-governance and inspired all of us to think beyond the conventional boundaries. The innovative solutions and perspectives shared here will undoubtedly shape India's digital governance landscape in the years to come. Also, I express sincere thanks to organizing committee, again to all the members of organizing committee like Shrimati, Shraddha ji, Kalpesh ji, Bhavesh ji, Gadve ji, and also other members of our committee members from the DRPG like Vandana ji, Vidush, and special thanks to DAS directors from the DRPG here for their relentless efforts, attention to details, and seamless coordination for the backbone of this conference. To all the dignitaries, delegates, and participants, your active engagement and enthusiasm has made this conference truly memorable and laid a strong foundation for the future of good governance. Finally, I would like to acknowledge the media for their invaluable support in amplifying the discussion and outcome of this conference. Once again, great thank you to all of your invaluable contribution, your presence, and your unwavering commitment to the cause of good governance. I would like to conclude my thanks with respect to all awardees who have did a lot of contribution, and they have done the great work in their respective field with these words. जिनके इरादे बुलंद होते हैं वो हर तूफान का रुख मोड़ देते हैं. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much, sir, for expressing your gratitude. We deeply appreciate that. And now, we will do that, sir. And before, sir was requesting for the group photograph, but before that, we would like to present a memento from the Gujarat government and from our department to Dr. Tushoba Shinde, because he has done a lot for this conference. He was the only point of contact. So I would request Mr. Kalpesh Patel to do the honors. Sir. And we would also like to present the memento to Dr. T.Y. Bhatt, sir. Sir, please. Sir, please, sir. Thank you. With that, we bring the National Conference on Good Governance to a successful close. Thank you, everyone, for joining us over here at Gandhinagar. And now we request all of you to join us on the stage for the group photograph. We are many, but we will squeeze in and get a better picture. Once again, heartfelt thank you to all the esteemed guests, speakers, and participants for their invaluable insights. And I request the participants to kindly come forward for the group photograph. And after the big, huge, humongous picture, we will have the picture with DIT and GIL. And it will be one of the beautiful and the rare picture because we have our secretary, sir, V. Srinivas, sir, in the picture as well. So, sir, we request you to kindly pose from Delhi for the photograph. And many regards from me, Dhwani. And thank you, everyone. This is Dhwani Dalal signing off as your host for 2 days. Thank you. See you soon. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Team DIT and GIL are requested to come forward for the group photograph.